relax, feels heavy on your chest. I wish I could carry the weight all on my back. Colors now faded. There's only so much hope in that. I can't do what I'd rather lose than lose you. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to put your heart to rest. I'll keep waiting as long as it takes. Do what you gotta do, what you gotta do to be you again.
I need you guys to watch that!
So like relax, I'm spilling these rats. As long as you feel them till the day that I drop. You'll never say that I'm not. Let's go,
PlayStation.
I've always had trouble with my weight.
Now with Wegovy, I've seen real change. I've lost weight, and I'm keeping it off.
Wegovy helped reduce my appetite.
Wegovy is the #1 prescribed once-weekly weight management medicine for adults with obesity or some with excess weight.
People taking Wegovy lost an average of 35 pounds. Some lost over 46 pounds.
Wegovy shouldn't be used with other semaglutide-containing or GLP-1 receptor agonist medicines. Don't take Wegovy if you have a personal or family history of medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you are allergic to Wegovy. Stop taking Wegovy and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, itching, rash, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face or throat. Serious side effects may happen, including pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with type 2 diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat type 2 diabetes. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes, or if you feel your heart racing while at rest. Depression or thoughts of suicide may occur. Call your provider right away if you have any mental changes. Common side effects are nausea, diarrhea, vomiting, constipation, stomach pain, headache, tiredness, upset stomach, dizziness, feeling bloated, belching, gas, stomach flu, and heartburn. Some side effects can lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
Wegovy helped us lose weight and keep it off.
Check your cost and coverage before talking to your healthcare provider about Wegovy.
Was it the voice? Was it the fire burning in me? All of the noise turned into choirs of harmony. Left me with the pieces of forever that you broke. But since you left me alone, I've been high.
Hey, what's up? How's it going? Oh, shit. Let's get this stream started. I'm gonna play like 2 games of Risk, and then I'll start researching about the Gulf War. Oh yeah, I changed all my shit up. I do want to see this new Shoe Nice video.
It's time to file W-2s and 1099s for your business. Visit yearly.com.
Hello, it's your boy Walmart Belle Delphine, Discount Aubrey Plaza, Boxy on Crack, Beardless Moist Critical, Gender Swapped
Beardless
Leafy,
Moist
here to
Critical.
feed you some delicious trash content once again, like a mother bird feeding her babies. Now, while I am working on my big video, I decided to have some more fun. Over the past year, I've gotten tons of requests to react to Jubilee videos. So today I'm going to react to 2. One of men and one of women attempting to pick up the opposite gender using only charisma. Or as people apparently
So
call
do
it
they
now-
like blindfold them and they only can talk?
Nowadays,
Is that what it is?
Riz.
I mean, like, I guess a guy can try to, like, riz you and be cringe, but, like, if he has good game and he's smooth with it, then, like, I personally don't think it can be cringe.
What? Imagine showing this video to a Victorian child in the 1800s. They would have a brain aneurysm. Oh, and apparently Riz
The
is
Riz,
officially
bro.
the word of the year. Along
What?
with
No. One sec. Is that just one thing or... What is the word of the year? Authentic? Alright, who am I? I am Gray. So, oof. I do not really like this setup. Not at all. Not one bit. I'm gonna keep that 6 here. I'm gonna try to move into fuck. What the what should I do here? Oh. 7v3? Really? That's like all I can do right now. Next phase. Okay. Whew. End attack phase. There we go. Alright, yeah. That's... I guess I'm gonna try... I'll wait and see if this guy will let me get a way out with the 6. Put the 6 there and then move it up into there. We'll see what happens. But yeah, it looks like we're going for an Australia play here.
situationship. I don't know. I don't want to know. Do not tell me. So we are going to be the judge, and we are going to see which
Situationship?
gender has more riz.
Probably the men. I mean, because men have to riz up women. Like, they... That's it. Five minutes. You're muted for 5 minutes. JJ.
A lot of women think the easiest way to pick up a man is dress in skimpy clothing and go clubbing, but they're wrong. You simply put on a pretty sundress and walk around the hardware section of Home Depot looking doe-eyed and confused. And a lot of men think you need expensive cars, nice shoes, fancy jewelry, high-quality watches. Oh, which reminds me, before we judge who has the most riz, let's get into today's sponsor.
Is it gonna be
Holzgren
watches?
is a young Austrian company that designs unique watches, jewelry, and accessories. In German, Holzgren means wood core, and as you can... And thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. And now, let's get back to the video. So my money is on the men having the most riz because I feel like men have more experience approaching
sucks.
women.
This is
whereas
terrible.
A lot of women are just kind of
Oh,
used to
yes!
being
Thank you.
approached. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? I don't know. I'm
Hopefully
just making
red
it up. But we'll
hits
see.
that.
Okay, men first. Bring me the boys. We are like 10 seconds in, and I'm already disassociating. The men will now demonstrate their riz for the women to judge. Not a good sign when you walk into a room and women start laughing.
Round one. Riz.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, tall guy is up first. This dude is like a lanklet. There's like manlets, normals, and then there's lanklets. But let's see how he does.
I see you're buying a drink. Where's mine?
Oh, shit.
Because every time I see you, you make me want to smile.
Oh my gosh.
I just got secondhand embarrassment. I just got that same feeling I get when I see a stand-up comedian bomb. I swear, I could watch like a violent car crash. I could watch a beheading video, but I cannot watch a comedian bomb on stage. Stop with the cheesy ass pickup lines. I don't really understand pickup lines in general because like anyone can Google them. You can have zero riz and memorize a pickup line. This reminds me of this one time I was at work and this guy was hitting on me and he asked for my name and I told him it was June and he was like, "Oh, 'cause you brighten my day." And I politely laughed, but inside I was like, what?
You brighten
I don't
my
think
day.
I've ever heard
What?
an actually good pickup line. Do you guys know any actual good pickup lines? Leave them in the comments because I swear I've never heard one.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Hi, it's nice to meet you. My name's Kaima.
Okay, but they still do. They should have blindfolded him.
I think you look really great tonight.
Thank you. I do too.
Do you want a towel?
Does my moisture pose bother you?
Fuck.
I'm a billionaire with a vagina. Are we friends yet?
FX.
She's out rizzing him. Not good, folks. Not good.
Can I get you a drink?
No.
Okay.
I might have to take my prediction back. The men are not doing too well. Honestly, if this was a real situation and I were him, I would leave at this point. I would leave and give up. She's not picking up what you're putting down. She seems annoyed and uninterested. This would be the point where you say, "Okay, it was nice talking to you. Goodbye." It just goes to show you being tall only gets you so far. Honestly, that's probably why he's in this situation. That shitty ass pickup line probably works on women. Probably works on those like 5 foot tall women on Tinder who have in their bio like, "Don't swipe unless you're over 6 foot." Which is fine, by the way. People are allowed to have their preferences. But I'm just gonna tell you right now, women do not know the difference between 5'10" and 6 foot. Anyway, we got into a tangent. Sorry, there's gonna be a lot of those in this video. There's a Vyvanse shortage and mommy is all for big pharma meth. Let's fucking go!
Hey,
How's it going?
Monica.
Monica,
Nice to meet
Errol.
you.
I don't do pickup lines, so I was just gonna try to get to
Thank
know
God.
you. Yeah, no,
Okay.
Okay, good. He doesn't do pickup lines. Good. We are already doing better than the last guy.
Where you from?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. I'm
Yeah.
from Philly.
Oh, really?
East Coast,
Sick.
okay.
Look at that.
Oh, two retards flirting. Sorry.
Two
my
retards
New York
flirting.
supremacy is coming out.
I see you have a lot of tattoos. You got a favorite one?
Probably this one.
I actually do art too. I sell my artwork.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, so
I would
if you
actually
ever-
get artwork, like
gonna
tattoos.
say, if you ever
I've done
need
that
any-
so many times with all my homies.
All my homies. She's immediately code switching because she's talking to a black person. They're doing pretty good. They're having a natural back and forth. It helps that she's being friendly and open as opposed to the other woman who was not. No, he did good. He did well. The men may not be doomed after all. Still got a lot to go though.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Emily.
Emily? I kind of like to sing a lot.
So if I
Are you
say
gonna serenade me right now?
I could serenade you.
Oh my god, you literally just met this person. Please, for the love of God, do not serenade a stranger.
Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name.
I don't care.
Oh, that this would be very awkward going into this. Like, everyone knows what's going on. I don't know, it just seems like it would be really awkward. Fuck, that is exactly what I did not want to happen. Or is he moving through me? And into America? Bro, he could have got a kill on me almost. Phew. That was good. Alright.
How good at singing you think you are. Serenading someone is at least a third date thing. Like, I don't know, maybe I am just particularly socially retarded. But after someone serenades you, what do you even say? Like, what do you even say afterwards? Cool? Thanks? Do you sing back? Do you clap? What do you do with your hands?
What do you do for work?
I'm in clinical research.
Okay.
Yeah.
He didn't even ask, like, what does that entail? Or anything. He just kind of, like, left her hanging.
What about you?
I am a full-time college athlete.
Okay.
Full-time college athlete.
Basketball.
She asked for more details about his work. He didn't ask for details. She's keeping the conversation going. She is out-rizzing this man.
Hello.
Hello.
Listen.
Did you just tell me to listen?
Run, bro. Run. If
Run.
a girl in Doc Martens says that to you, run.
I may not be the richest one here, and I may not be the most handsome one here. I may not be able to take you
Why is he saying this?
from the Vava to sink on sink, then back to the Vava. If you know, you know.
I may be ugly and poor, but I am also completely incomprehensible. What? Also, please do not put yourself down when trying to pick up a woman. Self-deprecating
Yeah,
humor
no.
can be great, can be very funny.
But you have to do it in a confident way. You have to act confident when you do it. Otherwise, you just seem like you're, I guess, not confident in yourself. So.
But this just comes off like low confidence.
I have like a In-N-Out gift card if you want to go. Yeah, I'll buy you whatever. Yeah, I got like multiple meals on there. If you want to go to In-N-Out or like Shake Shack, we could go.
Oh god, this is just the outcome of giving the just be funny advice to an unfunny man.
Whatever.
You haven't asked me one question about myself.
What do you like to do for fun?
Not.
Oh my god, men, you may be doomed. I keep going back and forth. Let's see how the next one does.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Tiffany.
Tiffany, I'm
Nice
Dave.
to meet you.
My pronouns are he and him, but I want to be
Yeah.
yours.
Why? Why?
I'm a lesbian now. I have decided from this point forward, I am no longer attracted to men.
I play Valorant, so I've heard that a
Wait,
lot.
you play Val?
I do.
I'm silver. What rank are you?
You're silver?
Yeah.
I'm plat.
Oh, they're both virgins. That's cute.
I'm an advisor for a management agency, and I also do content creating.
That means she does OnlyFans, by the way. When someone says they do
That's pretty true.
content creation in 2023, they're talking about porn.
They're talking about
star,
porn.
Which sucks, because I now have to clarify, I'm a YouTuber when I say what I do for work, which if I'm being honest is just as, if not more embarrassing to say out loud.
Can I get like a little flex?
No.
Like a little, like I say itty bitty?
You can check out my Instagram though and then look.
Okay.
I love how she's like, no, you can't see that. You can't see me flex. But
Go
you can
look
see
at
my
pictures
titties
of me
here.
naked.
This just reminds me of like girls who use dating sites to get more followers on their OnlyFans or their Instagrams or whatever. What are you doing? I've heard so many stories of women on dating apps talking to men, like leading them on, only for them to give the men their socials and then ghost them, so then the dudes just become like
a
another
follower
simp or another follower. Honestly, at this point, I feel like you have a better chance meeting a partner on Jubilee than you do on a dating site. I've never tried a dating app, but I briefly tried Bumble Bee.
What is Jubilee? Oh, Jubilee
Yeah,
is
Beth.
the
And if
thing
trying
that
to
she's
find
watching.
a female friend is as hard as it is to find a girlfriend, I really feel bad for
There's ones where you can look for friends. That's pretty sad, honestly. I guess trying to look for a partner too is sad too. Is
You
that
guys,
also?
I don't like The Office. I don't own a dog. I don't like to drink or do Pilates. And I'm not trying to sound like, oh, I'm not the other girls, but holy oh wait, I did match with one girl. She was a trans furry. Because of course I did.
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name?
My name's Kaima.
Oh, it's this bitch again. Good luck. Good luck to any man trying to get through this wall.
What's your favorite band?
Band?
Yeah.
I don't think I listen to bands that much.
What?
Anything?
This is very painful.
Was that good?
You kind of scared me, I'm not gonna lie.
But was that W Riz at least?
No.
Was that W Riz? Speak English.
What's your biggest red flag in women?
If your music taste isn't there, it's not gonna work.
A red flag is if your music taste isn't there? That's not what a red flag is, first of all. I don't know what it is with, like, the normals, but I've seen this so much, like, on the Whatever podcast and all these other dating shows. It's like, I'm looking for a guy who has the same music taste as me. I feel like that's such a shallow aspect to a human being. What are your interests? What
Yeah.
are your passions? What are your hobbies? What are your values and goals in life? I'm not out here like, I'm looking for a man who likes Gorillas and Marina. Because you know what kind of man likes Gorillas and Marina? A gay man. A homosexual. I listen to System of a Down.
What? I like gorillas. I don't know what Marina is, but I like gorillas.
And
Oh,
Rob Zombie, and my
what the
husband
fuck?
listens to Whitney Houston. There is no overlap there. These people wonder why they are single when their idea of a good match is someone who shares their music taste, and their idea of a red flag is someone who doesn't.
I'm Cam.
Nice to meet you, Cam. I'm Jess.
You can call me Nut, though, if you want.
Nut?
Can I get you a drink? Because we're at the bar.
No, I'm okay.
I didn't even want to get you one.
This guy
What
isn't
the-
really
I
taking
mean, this
this
would
seriously.
be awkward.
She's not taking it seriously. Neither of them are taking this seriously. But they kind of have chemistry, honestly. I'm feeling some chemistry here. They're silly. It's cute.
Do you do any impressions?
You?
I have one.
Can I see it?
Obama.
Let's hear it.
Michelle.
I hate the way this would work on me. This man has like Michael Cera vibes. Like he just walked out of a mid-2000s Judd Apatow film. I'll give the men a point here for the meme. Okay, my order for least Riz to most Riz is as follows. This fucking guy, because I cringed out of my skin. Then this guy, because he was terrible, but he was just
He
kind of
seemed
shy.
autistic.
This guy who awkwardly serenaded. The Lanklet. The Asian guy, because even though that pronoun joke was awful, he kind of saved himself towards the end. Michael Cera, and this guy. So let's see their rating compared to mine.
I don't remember the first one.
Okay, theirs is sort of similar to mine. Okay, ladies, it's our turn.
Hi, it's Ryan Reynolds, and I'm here in the North Pole to remind you the
Have you guys ever been rizzed by a girl?
No.
No, not really.
No.
Oh,
Girls
it's
don't have
one
Riz,
of the
though.
same
I've
guy.
never-
Girls don't have Riz. Bullshit. I have Riz. Do I have Riz?
Riz?
Do I have Riz?
What is Riz?
Riz, like am I smooth with it?
Am I smooth with it?
You need to go outside.
No!
Riz.
Hi.
How's it going?
Hi, I'm Amara.
Hi, I'm Errol.
Nice meeting you. Can I just say your eyes are so pretty?
Thank you.
Oh, it's over. It's over. She gave him a compliment. It's over. Men rarely, if ever, get compliments from strangers. And when they do, they remember it for years. You can ask a guy, when is the last time you got a compliment? And he'll be like, oh, some girl said my shirt was cool in 2010. So this guy's absolutely going to be living off the high of a girl saying that he has pretty eyes for the next, like, 10 years.
And I'm so sorry I keep on looking at your hands. They kind of look heavy. Yeah,
Heavy?
would you like me to hold them for you?
Damn,
Oh.
right off the bat, your hands look heavy. Can I hold them for you? Is this the female version of your titties look heavy? Can I hold them for you? Honestly, I'm into hands. I'm kind of a hand fag. I like a good hand. But this is too much, too quickly. And a little corny, in my opinion.
Oh, I like her.
So
I like her.
Oh my god, really? Really? You can be the corniest motherfucker as long as
If
you're
you're a
not ugly
woman,
or obese,
yeah.
and they will just fold like a goddamn origami bird.
Hey.
How you doing?
Hold on one second. Okay. You looking real good today.
What's up?
Smell good,
I smell good. Smell good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
know
but if
men
a
and women
guy
are
did
different,
that-
so it's different. However,
would-
could you imagine one of the men walking around one of the women to check out their body and then
Smelling them?
the woman
Yeah, that would be
in
creepy
their
as fuck.
Riz challenge? They would be arrested. They would be thrown in prison.
Let me smell you now.
Okay, go for it.
You smell good too.
This is incredible. It's actually working. Women be like, and it's f***ing over.
What do you like to do?
I like to watch anime and I cosplay.
What do you
to dress
cosplay?
up. So I just dress up as like any little anime character.
Can I make a couple special requests?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna have to get you some requests later.
Okay, I'll definitely dress up for you.
I feel taken care of with you. I feel taken care of with her.
Of course.
Oh, they absolutely f***ed after this. Walmart Jack Harlow has found his mommy girlfriend. You know what I noticed? A lot of them kind of feel like they're trying to be men. They're being very like dominant and stereotypically masculine. They're kind of hitting on these men in the same way men have probably hit on them before. Like when they think of Riz, they're thinking of how horny men approach women, and they're trying to mimic that behavior. And it's working. Like a lot of these things, if a man did to me,
Real?
I would think is really
Is creepy?
but I don't know. All my relationships have started on the internet. My idea of rizzing a man is, hey. So who am I to judge?
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm
Oh, we
Mai.
stay for the hug. Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
No, I'm Canadian. I just flew in yesterday. Are you doing anything after this?
Actually not.
I might need a tour guide. Wouldn't want to get lost, you know?
Okay.
She's good.
Okay, she is good.
I don't know if these women in particular are just very smooth, or these men in particular are just very easy, but they're doing much better than the guys before. I guess my prediction was wrong.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, Jimmy.
I'm Aurora. Nice to meet you. Are you from the area?
Yeah.
What the fuck is he doing? He's acting like he's drinking.
What do you like to drink? What do you get to drink?
Oh.
What do I get to drink? I get to drink mojitos. We could just line them up with mojitos back to back. Let's see who gets drunk faster. Down?
Yes.
Okay.
This is very awkward. He's doing like all the work here. Zero Riz. She's really cute though. You could tell she does not have to approach men ever.
Wow, that was stand-up comedy. That was so good.
That was so good. No, it wasn't. It was awful. Why are you lying to her? Why must women lie to each other?
I have the clammiest hands right now. Hi.
Oh, hey.
Oh man, it's Nut and Goth Mommy again. But this time, it's Goth Mommy doing the Riz.
So, in case you forgot, my name's Jess, but you can call me Mommy.
What?
The scream! I just scrimped. She actually called herself. She actually called herself Mommy.
Mommy.
No, I'm not gonna.
No, I'm not gonna call
It's
it.
okay.
Nut was not impressed.
Do you like bad girls?
Bro!
Do I like bad girls?
Really?
Like a what kind of way?
I had to attack one.
Nut is impervious to these devious
This guy must
feminine
be-
tricks. This man is like a brick wall of autism.
I don't mind if I do.
Hi.
This guy must be a noob or something. Cause I had to take a card. I was card blocked. What?
Jazz.
Jimmy.
I thought I would come and introduce myself and let you know I exist and
You exist already. Right in front of me. Right in front of me.
This man is simping so hard. Bro, relax. And this woman hasn't even really done anything.
anyways, I would like to take you out sometime.
Okay.
Show you how I roll.
Okay.
You know?
Show you how I roll?
How do you roll?
You have to come and find out. You won't come?
Oh, absolutely.
All
Right after the show.
Alright.
It really is so fucking easy for women, isn't it, though? This is why I'm sorry I do not believe in femcells. You can be a volcel, you can be not able to find love and be lonely.
I can't
like
believe that
many
guy-
women are, but there is no way you, as a woman, are an incel. I don't buy it. I don't buy it when men are this fucking easy, apparently. Okay, now I'm gonna rank them. Terrible, awful, last place. Goth Mommy unfortunately tried a little too hard, was an unstoppable force, but was paired with an unmovable object. This bitch, she didn't even try, she was just paired with a simp. This girl was good, she has a lot of confidence, but honestly was kind of forgettable. Mommy girlfriend, she probably would have been arrested for sexual assault. However, and
Hello?
I think this one was first because she basically just grabbed the man by the dick and
What?
was like, "You're mine now." And it worked. So whatever.
Yeah, why?
Honestly, ladies, that's all we have to do. Just look at a man right in the eye and go,
Tonight,
Yeah. It takes a minute for people to get on there.
So let's see the guy's rating compared to mine.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's the
Alright.
same. It's
Bye.
exactly the same. I am not beating the trans allegations. Okay, so those were my ratings. What are your ratings? Who do you think has better riz, men or women? And do you want to see me react to more Jubilee videos in the future? And I will see you guys very soon with a new video. Bye!
I saw this. This was so sick.
I
Kanye.
explained to the lawyer what my issue was, and his response was to me, if you keep up this anti-Semitic rhetoric, then you won't see your kids.
Yeah, bro, because it spells to every court and every reasonable person that you are mentally unwell. People see that and go, oh my god, he's like out of control. Oh,
Nah.
here's Kanye West
Up with the LB show.
being anti-Semitic.
These niggas is colonizers. The French own 80% of the banks in Africa. That's why I just met with MBS.
80%.
We don't have to bow to this.
He said the French are colonizers. True. That's why he met with Mohammed bin Salman, a monarch.
Shit, nigga, okay, it's 60 million of us in America, 60 million in the world. 50% of our deaths is abortion. 25% of us
This is crazy. It's just like he's all over the place. Yeah, he's all
go
over
to prison. Raise one hand if you don't know one prison, one got locked up, and one poor. Raise your hand if you don't know one person got abortion. Now I'll tell you, if we was in a Jewish mother on Friday with no, everybody raised their hands. So wait a second. But wait a second. Who make the hospitals though? Who got the hospitals? These are Zionists.
He's mentally unwell. It's silly to analyze things he says. I agree. He's saying Zionists built the hospitals. He's literally way too much Farrakhan. No, this isn't even Farrakhan at this point. This is like, there is a little bit of Nation of Islam in there, but it's like more Nick Fuentes. I don't know. It's just like, I tried to unpack.
Well, I
some
mean,
of the shit that
Nick
was
Fuentes
said.
was his,
It's like indecipherable. He does the whole like obvious.
Was on his campaign.
Talking about Jews, but he says Zionists because he thinks it's like slick. This is gonna poison the well so hard for actual criticism of Israel. I was worried he would come back. I think that there is a. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that. I probably, but I think most people understand. Like, a dude saying he loves Adolf Hitler is very different. Kanye West is anti-Semitic. He's just straight up anti-Semitic. The idea that like he criticizes Israel is like secondary. Okay, he's very. This is a clear-cut example of like. Actually, very deliberately substituting the term Jew for Zionist, something that is like cynically deployed oftentimes against actual anti-Zionists who are not anti-Semitic. But Kanye is definitely doing that.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. Jesus Christ, Hitler, yay. Third party, sponsor that. Bring the sponsor.
I mean, there you have it. There's no Zionism in his argument. Okay, there is no interest in like criticizing Israel for its actions against the Palestinians. He doesn't give a
Sponsorships to that. Because there's going to be some that feel exactly like me. I don't give a I'm 730. I don't give a about life or death. I get visitation with my kids. I ain't got no say so. Them niggas walk around like look like soccer players. They don't even know. They don't even know they dad, the kid.
Stop excusing his racism due to mental illness. Wait, what? I never said that. I'm not excusing this. What are you talking about? I literally got banned for shitting on Kanye West on a neo-Nazis platform last year around this time when he was popping off with his anti-Semitic shit. He just comes out once a year. Chick-fil-A? Wow, I got the notification, yeah.
They see me come play one on nobody. They still feel me though.
I wonder how many sex workers are in Gaza, lol. What? What is that?
What?
I don't know. Like, what is that? An argument like that you can't defend Palestinians because like there aren't a lot of sex workers in Gaza or some shit? Like what? That like Hamas hates sex workers, so you can't defend the Palestinians being destroyed by the Israeli occupying force. Okay.
They'll feel me, but they trying to program them. The head of Louis Vuitton, Bernard Arnault, you, Alexander Arnault, you, Francois Pinault, you, Demna, you, Balenciaga.
Fuck Balenciaga.
Buy the Yeezy pods. Buy the Yeezy pods.
Yeah, and Adidas. All you niggas is like wear Adidas.
Isn't Mia Khalifa Palestinian? No. Mia Khalifa is Lebanese Christian.
by myself in this room. Everybody shut up.
I thought that she was Palestinian because I thought that she said our people and stuff when she was. I guess I don't know.
I'll tell you something right now. Just the fact that you ain't listening to me, it's it. Ain't none of y'all with me. I'm by myself, because ain't none of y'all stand up for me. Ain't nobody stop. It's shut up. Be quiet before you get exiled. Like what I'm saying is, nobody with me. Everybody here, have them on a check. Have them just here like, ha ha, laughing at jokes, laughing at the raps and shit. Then I made these beats in my mama's basement. I drew these shoes since I was in 7th grade. Cause when I asked up, I'm not one stepped up. Not
Purple
one
is a
stepped
noob
up.
for sure.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. None of the famous Mav Carter sold me out.
Yeah, I wonder why, bro, because you're nuts. Like, he's not listening to, like, one sane voice in his circle. He's purged his, like, immediate circle around. Wait, did he just... Wait, hold on.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. None of the famous Mav Carter sold me out. You know what I'm saying? Nobody said y'all saw me and see my kids. All y'all rich got y'all kids.
Wait.
Now one stepped up.
She says, I did.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. None of the famous Mav Carter sold me out.
She said, I stepped up. And he was like, yeah, but, you know, no one famous or rich stepped up. It's also crazy to be like, oh, wow.
Who was that?
Stepping up to defend me when I'm saying I love Adolf Hitler. Like, why the f would anybody do that? That's an insane thing to say. It's bad. It's a bad thing to say. You shouldn't be saying it. Problem is he doesn't recognize that, like, people around him who probably in private tried to get him to come to terms with what is going on, and the things he's saying are just, like, really, really awful. Like, bro, Alex Jones was outflanking Kanye West and being woke. They were all, every single right-winger that whose show he went on kept trying to, like, change his narrative a little bit and massage it so it was, like, a little bit more appropriate.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody said y'all saw me and see my kids. All y'all rich got y'all kids in that Zionist school. See Eric Kenyon. My daughter ripped up the couches in the house to be able to be with me right now. Y'all don't know what's going on, for real.
Ripped up the couches in the house.
Y'all put up
I guess
with
I
all
don't know
that
what
shit.
he's talking
I
about.
don't give a nigga. I'm in Pac. I'm in Vegas. Like Pac, my daughter had the Tupac t-shirt. So I'm saying, witness this shit. Visit this shit. But I don't believe in nobody but me. I don't for y'all don't gotta say we with you. You're not with me. No one's with me because no one's really with me.
That chatter, that last chatter with the brain dead sex workers in Gaza, take how racist must a Zionist Dota 2 league be? Oh my God! The chatter that came in and was like, how many sex workers are in Gaza? Lamau follows the Dota 2 Israel League. Oh my God! You know they invented new slurs for Arabs specifically. And for Muslims, oh my God. Like, I don't even want to know. They got new words in there.
Me. It's just me and God. That's what I'm saying. And I'm still alive.
Let's go.
And I'm still alive. You ain't post. You ain't post. When I couldn't see my kids, y'all ain't post. Y'all ain't stopped the Adidas shit. Y'all let Adidas crash the rich all the time.
Y'all know I did.
Wait a second. I put up one tweet. And then Ari Emanuel put, oh, we got to drop this. And all just watch. The only that had the Trump hat. The only that went and got them billions. The only breaking through all kinds of ideas and fashion. I've been called so many times for tight jeans. You know what I'm saying? I got niggas from Chicago that I take care of that still trying to sell me. Trying to say I can't go to motherfucking.
Bro, the funniest part about this is, like, he's like, dude, I saw a lot of oppression. People said I was gay for wearing skinny jeans. I've always been a revolutionary figure. Like when I wore skinny jeans and people said the no-no word, the F slur.
Huh?
GD, I've been way bigger than you. You didn't take care of me.
Right now, your thing is
What?
between you and God.
Who you, shut up. Who you think, no, hold on. Who you think the old man called?
Shut up.
You.
When we put Drake on stage, who the old man called?
You.
You know what I'm saying?
Does God put you in position?
Nigga, just because I had a card, everybody.
You're the biggest vessel.
That's what I'm trying to say to you right now.
Vessel.
This is what y'all been waiting for.
Honestly, it's like this is what happens if you're, you know, if you're bipolar, and then you are just straight up surrounded by only people that are feeding into your mania. Like this is crazy.
Drake, this is what you've been waiting for. Jay-Z, this is what you've been waiting for.
He's not bipolar, bro. He just has a little bit of autism. He's just slightly
Damn, this is
autistic.
what you've been waiting for. All you look, let me tell you something. This is the way the world works.
God is
Here,
using him
be,
right now.
okay, be quiet for a second. Don't scream for a
Sorry.
second.
Be quiet for a second.
No, you got it. Get over. Hey, sorry. Calm down.
Be quiet for a second.
Keeps telling her to shut up.
God runs the world. Then under that, you got 1,000-year-old families, Medici. Under that, you have the Vatican, the Pope. Under that, you have the financial groups that control all your shit. BlackRock, Vanguard. After that, you have Putin. You have Trump. You have all this shit. And after that, you got what all this shit is. Entertainment. Hollywood.
Bro said Medici. He put Medici upon the Vatican. Dude, it's kind of funny thinking that placing this level of control over the Vatican when the Pope is like gay and woke. Like half the
No, he's not.
Catholics hate the Pope. Almost every American Protestant wants to kill the Pope for both religious reasons and also now especially because he's woke. Meanwhile, like thinking the Catholic Church and the Vatican is in control of everything that's going on is such funny like 90s era conspiracy theories. You know what I mean? Like that's like the Da Vinci Code shit, right? Putting Medici on the Vatican to like secret society. Anti-Semitism, but instead of Jews running the world, it's Italians. Yeah, this is like the most unfiltered Italiophobia I've ever seen, by the way. Like completely unacceptable. The level of Italiophobia is out of control, folks. Let me tell you.
Take that, run that back, run into schools.
Also, is he wearing, like, is that the Albanian? Someone in the chat also pointed this out. I didn't want to say it. I don't want to put this on Albanians, but what's going on with the fit?
I'll give y'all one last thing before I go. When I first put the tweet up, I was dealing with a divorce lawyer. And I explained to the lawyer what my issue was. And his response was to me, if you keep up this anti-Semitic rhetoric, then you won't see your kids.
Yeah, bro.
No. I think you should be able to say some shit like that and be able to see your kids.
And every reasonable person that you are mentally unwell. It's not because of like Jews and the power that they have or whatever thing that you think is going on. It's because people see that and go, oh my God, he's like out of control. Oh, he's wearing the German coat of arms? Yeah.
I knew I couldn't have
Is he?
an opinion.
I know that there's a few of him wearing that, like few videos of him wearing it, but I didn't know if this one had it.
This is a vessel of God.
That's funny.
He gonna burn all your shit down. I swear. I knew these niggas is trying to make surviving this way. That's why I sent it up while I was still in the high schools. Bill Cosby couldn't do shit by the time they got him. R. Kelly couldn't do shit by the time they got him. That's why I had to send it up. Because the same niggas that made him rich, the same niggas doing the documentary. And Cootie, you, because everybody saw that third episode. That's what the whole shit was about. Me selling opioids. I'm not even bipolar in there.
Wait, what?
Send it up. Because the same niggas that made him rich, the same niggas doing the documentary. And Cootie, you, because everybody saw that third episode. That's what the whole shit was about. Me selling opioids. I'm not even bipolar in there. Has signs of autism from the accident. They're gonna hit me with a medication, have us selling opioids.
Wait, what? He's saying he got autism after his car crash? What? Cootie is his friend who did the documentary, his old friend on Netflix. How do you get autism from a car crash? Like, I don't understand.
Is that what he said? I need to listen to that again.
Because the same niggas that made him rich, the same niggas doing the documentary. And Cootie, you, because everybody saw that third episode. That's what the whole shit was about. Me selling opioids. I'm not even bipolar in there.
Wait, what?
Send it up. Because the same niggas that made him rich, the same niggas doing the documentary. And Cootie, you, because everybody saw that third episode. That's what the whole shit was about. Me selling opioids. I'm not even bipolar in there. Has signs of autism from the accident. They're gonna hit me with a medication, have us selling opioids.
Wait, what? He's saying he got autism after his car crash? What? Cootie is his friend who did the documentary, his old friend on Netflix. How do you get autism from a car crash? Like, I don't understand.
Opioids for them. They made me the face of bipolar. Okay, Big Pharma, where my royalties?
Where are my royalties?
Sold off of the idea of Ye being bipolar.
Don't say shit right now.
He's saying the last episode of the doc shows him spiraling, and they were using that as a way to push Big Pharma onto the masses. It's kind of crazy that, like, when you are like a multi-billion-dollar operation as a singular force, especially when you are a conduit for so many feelings that people feel, and music is like one of these artistic expressions that is really personal, and people do develop incredibly parasocial feelings towards those who make them feel these experiences. They're like, oh, he understands me. It's wild that, like, even if you're a multi-billion-dollar operation as a singular force, you could just, like, completely fall apart in broad daylight. God damn, dude. Mental health is fucking crazy. And when you have like, you are always gonna find people that basically serve you whatever you want to hear. Like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious that, like, he will always have a bunch of people around him that are like, no, you're the GOAT king. You're doing all the right things. Kanye, say whatever you want. Your bitch too bad.
Why does he have him
that's
blocked
it's not
here?
weird that she's naked all the time. We love that. We love that your wife is always naked and we never hear her speak.
What?
We think it's cool. We love that Jonah Hill couldn't stop you from being anti-Semitic. We think that's sick. You know what Kanye would be like if he got the same level of hate you do? He does get the same level of hate I do. What do you mean? He gets more hate than I do.
Yeah, I was about to say he gets
That's
way more
insane.
hate than
It depends on whether it's deserved or not, but you're crazy if you think that I get more hate.
he deserves more hate than Kanye.
Getting his donk sonked in Venice, Italy in broad daylight. I need your take. I mean, that part wasn't that bad. That part was kind of cool. Like, it was in a boat. I've also never heard the term donk sonked before, which is very interesting. You see him deal with more hate, though, talking to us all day. With peace and love, more people hate him than know who you are. Exactly. I 100% agree with that assessment.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They come here
I think I pretty much wrapped up everything I want to say.
Now you put the rest of your troops in there.
Yeah, come on, you got to go. Sorry. Come on. Ready?
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. Come on.
I'm gonna take this out.
They can make him.
That's pretty crazy. I mean, look, artists live and die on the sword. You know what I mean? If his next album slaps, a lot of motherfuckers are gonna be like talking about how much they love Hitler. Okay. If it doesn't, his life is Jover. It's so.
His
Jover.
album's
It's
gonna slap though.
Jover. I think people still worship him for the celebrity status, for the superstar status, for the music that he has made and how they felt when they listened to it. Wait, there's a second part.
Yeah,
where
I'm
it
gonna
talks about
take
Trump?
these out.
No way.
You know what I'm saying? The level, you can say they cut out, they stopped famous ass rappers from going in. Motherfucker didn't get permits tonight. Nicki Minaj didn't clear her verse. That's why I say ain't nobody with me. Because y'all just see that shit. Y'all see me not see my kids. Y'all see Nicki Minaj not clear the verse. Y'all see Adidas drop billions of dollars and shit. And no one says nothing. No one is outraged. No one is with. If you want to be, okay. Whatever. It's cool. I'll be fine for that. When a motherfucker tell me they love me, it make me feel funny because I feel so much hate, bro. When them motherfuckers tell me y'all respect me, I feel funny because I feel so much rape, bro. I feel so much rape. What?
What did he say?
When the last time you see me around a nigga that went on salary? I don't know what a friend is.
Okay, but like, problem is like, how does he have people around him? No, he's saying it. Like, he even recognizes it himself. That like he recognizes it himself that people around him he is paying and they're sycophant. Anyone that has any semblance of like authority in his life, Kanye's stance for the past 2 years, besides the Hitler part, he was spitting straight fact. I thought separating the art from the artist was some bullshit till my goat started talking about those Hugo Boss uniforms. CDLRG, still the greatest album series of all time. You just gotta scroll past these videos, yeah, on the timeline real fast. Kanye is back, Trump is back. It truly is Christmas. All right, let's see what Anthony Fantano had to say. Even though he gave Nicki Minaj a 3, we're gonna listen to him here.
Page for Kanye and Ty Dolla $ign's new album Vultures is now down off stream. Who cares about that? Let's talk about how Kanye is still on this Nazi shit. So as some of you guys have probably seen, he's been placing this very particular double-headed bird crest in numerous visuals.
Oh, you motherfucker.
And
Is he gonna move in?
giving German nationalism vibe.
It's so weird that he's doing that, because like that's what the AFD does, right? Because they're cucked by German hate crime laws. What up? Milk lemonade, round the corner, fudge is made. Kanye 2030, dude, bars. It's not weird. Is Kanye nothing? He does make sense. No, he's doing this thing that like fucking like AFD supporters do, where they can't fly the swastika. So they fucking fly the German coat of arms and like the old German flags and shit as a see, like I'm doing this. It's so fucking stupid, especially because he's not exactly subtle.
Vibes. There is also, of course, the album art.
Yeah, the Vultures album art, and also the Vultures, like this is straight up Burzum. Obviously.
It looks sick,
like
though.
Someone is feeding him all the Nazi memes. I don't know why. I don't know where he's getting this shit from. This is like esoteric Nazi memes that you only know if you're... You only know this kind of stuff if you like follow this shit like I do. You know what I mean? You have to have a dude in your corner that's like really fucking grimy and really nerdy about hiding Nazi stuff. In visuals, like a Milo Yiannopoulos type dude, you know what I mean? This is all like 4chan shit. What is Burzum? Burzum. It is a black metal band who he sampled Burzum once on a Gucci Mane song in 2016. So even
What's Burzum? I've never heard of that.
the Burzum thing is not new.
Burzum. Played live performances. Okay. I want to listen to what it sounds like.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bruce. What, are they supposed to be like Nazis or some shit? Like, is it like some punk Nazis? Like punk rock Nazis?
You know how there's like the Nazi punks.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like sampling Burzum in a song is not the same as like fucking directly ripping the gothic font that they use and making your album title Vultures with the... I didn't know you knew about Burzum. I've talked about Varg before. Are you kidding me? One of the fucking silliest motherfuckers out there. Old English font, sorry.
Bro, this guy sucks.
Art, which is very clearly ripping off the album art of Burzum, a Scandinavian black metal artist who has very publicly voiced white supremacist views. Meanwhile, the landscape itself depicted here on the album cover was done by a German artist who at one point was very much favored by the Nazis. which
Yeah.
you can read right here below. And let's be clear, he had nothing to do with them personally. He died long before they were in power. So Kanye is very much doing this weird white
Blood and
supremacist
soil.
breadcrumbing once again. Two things. One, don't allow his annoying ass fan base, or really cult, because that's what his fan base is at this point, a cult. Don't allow them to gaslight you into thinking that it's not happening and it's not real and it doesn't exist. It is real. And two, why is Kanye doing this? And it's got to be for one of two reasons. One, Kanye not too long ago went on that whole, white supremacist jaunt where he was palling around with white supremacists and endorsing Hitler, and now he just wants to work race.
Oh yeah, he wore a fucking Klan robe, dude. Kanye West wore a Ku Klux Klan inspired hood at the rave listening event for his new Vultures album with Ty Dolla $ign.
Just symbolism into his art as a means.
Yeah, I think that was pretty fucking funny, honestly. Like, what the fuck?
The difference between imagery such as this, especially coming from a prominent black artist, is obviously he's like pro-Nazi. That's the difference. Because like Black Skinhead as a song, or what do you call it? Like Kanye West could be. Kanye West has criticized the Klan before, right? In the past. Like, this is very different than like Roger Waters wearing a fascist uniform to criticize fascism as a part of his commentary, right? Because he's anti-fascist. Whereas for Kanye West,
move
like,
it back to there,
sure,
yeah.
there was a lot of times when he actually criticized white supremacy and the Klan and whatnot. But now his perspective has shifted dramatically. So this is not like him.
I'm
taking
gonna feed
liberties and in my opinion, shitting on the Klan or anything like that.
I'm gonna
It's more
feed
so
Blue
he's
the
just
kill.
straight up promoting it and trying to hype it up as though it is like a solid aesthetic choice.
Which honestly only an idiot would fall for, and is a coward's way of kind of stepping around the necessity to apologize for and fess up to the things that you said and the things that you did. And the other possible option is that he actually believes in this stuff and thinks it's true. Either way, it's not good.
Yeah, he's out of his mind. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I just don't know what kind of impact this will have.
There we go.
On, like, a broad swath of the population that has loved his music and continue to promote him.
Clam at the airport when they gave me my first piece of medication was the exact same paparazzi that photographed Britney. TMZ, 30 Mile Zone. That is what Hollywood is. Once you go in there, them niggas is around you. They gonna surround you. They in charge.
He's an artist. Stop trying to logically dissect art. Wait,
Sick.
just saying,
This
stop
is
trying to
exactly what
dissect
we needed.
art. What are you talking about? That's like, what good is art?
happen.
Charge of that shit. They in charge of your fucking narrative. They in charge of your bank account. They in charge of your cars. They in charge of your record labels. They in charge of your football contracts. They in charge of your houses.
Huh.
And I'm saying, niggas be coming to me really like, working me talking about something. When you gonna apologize? When they gonna apologize to me? When they gonna apologize to us?
Yeah.
Facts.
Aborting us, locking us up, putting drugs in front of us, locking up all our leaders and calling them gang leaders. Who else is gonna put the community together? And anybody that could put the community together, they put them under the jail. And when I talked to Trump, he never did Trump. Trump could have freed Larry, bro. You know what I'm saying? So Trump, look, you want our support, you have to promise in writing on your life, you gonna free Larry, bro. And that's not just it. The communities, it's so many acres in America. We don't have to stay in the inner city. We don't have to stay on top of each other. They made the Twix double the size, trying to make us fat. They doing this inclusive shit. They just made that girl Paloma the head model. They trying to push obesity to us. They put us in a McDonald's commercial. They put your brother in a McDonald's commercial. They try to put me in a McDonald's commercial. McDonald's kills you. They not putting healthy shit. You could grow food right off the side of the ground. You don't gotta pay for all this shit. And all this Chanel shit we do to impress niggas going broke to impress other broke people, man.
Yeah.
A Chanel bag and any.
Cut it. No, he's shitting on Chanel. Cut it. This man is a cult leader. Hassan isn't opium anymore. No, I'm still opium. Shut the fuck up. I'm so opium. Don't ever say that. I'm still opium, chat. How dare you? I'm so opium. I'm a narcissist. Vamp life.
Buy one lightsaber and get one more for free on swasabers.com.
Okay.
Hey, before you watch this video, do you like coffee, tea, or cocoa? Are you looking for a great gift idea for someone who does? Hey, it's me, Jeremy. You may recognize me from my YouTube channel, The Quartering, but I'm also the...
Wokeness killed Han Solo. Adam Driver said, I didn't kill Han Solo. Wokeness killed Han Solo. And it's hard to know what the point of what he said was because he didn't really clarify. But this is on Saturday Night Live. And it's the same episode where they defended those university presidents who were like, we believe in the constitutional right to call for the genocide of Jewish people, despite the fact that they banned free hate speech. What's funny. But I got a lot to say about Star Wars. And I saw this story, and I don't know if it's exactly a get woke, go broke. Because I don't know if he's making fun of the idea of wokeness or actually making fun of Disney getting woke and going broke. Here's a story from SCNR.com. And I'll play for you real quick the clip here, and you can hear it for yourself.
I think it would pair perfectly with my teeny tiny micro penis. Oh, and I'd like people to stop coming up to me on the street saying, you killed Han Solo. I didn't kill Han Solo. Wokeness killed Han Solo. Let's see, what else do I want?
I don't get it. I'll just take the win. Wokeness killed Han Solo. Sure. The Star Wars universe is completely broken. Disney has destroyed itself. Their movies are failing. Disney absolutely has gotten woke and gone broke. And they've even admitted to their shareholders in their quarterly filing that their political views are misaligned with what the public wants. Perhaps that is why they said, or perhaps this is how it comes to be that he says wokeness killed Han Solo. Now, for those who don't know, Kylo Ren in The Force Awakens, I think it was The Force Awakens? Yeah, in The Force Awakens, watched any of that. Ren killed Solo, much to many fans' dismay. And he's like, I wish people would stop coming to me and saying this. We have this tweet. Not the QTs not understanding he was mocking the people who say that wokeness killed Han Solo. He literally made fun of Dude Bros immediately after this. He's mocking the people that say this ish. Y'all are so effing stupid and effing Variety for this clickbait. And F Variety for the clickbait headline. He says, oh, you know those TikToks? Actually, let me just keep playing.
Oh, you know those TikToks where it's like those couples who do pranks on each other? Can you kill those people? I know. Okay, I was just to say, now it's part of the ritual where I play Oh Holy Night while making unbreakable eye contact with the camera.
Right, so they're trying to claim, while many conservatives celebrated the statement, others pushed back, declaring that it was a clear example of mockery. Right. I think that actually might be the case. Sarcasm or not, Star Wars has been widely criticized for taking woke pandering to an extreme.
Is he gonna go
Bounding
boom?
into comics reported in July.
Break?
Disney's upcoming High Republic era live-action Star Wars series, The Acolyte, has found its lead, the black, lesbian, non-binary actor and intersectional feminist, Amandla Stenberg. Is it Amanda, or is that a typo? Amandla, but it's a typo. The Acolyte is expected to be released next year, and ain't nobody gonna watch it. It's gonna crash and burn. So, you want to know what happened to Star Wars as a whole?
This is a fucking bot now. Uh-oh.
Rey. Everybody hates Rey, the character.
That means I'm gonna have to
let's
fortify down here.
Let me use this opportunity to talk about Star Wars.
Next.
The Emperor is trans. That's a fact. And
what?
The Emperor is now a woman. That's a fact. And Rey is the Emperor now. Did y'all see that last movie? Wow. Did they just butcher this? So I guess the Emperor never died at the end of Return of the Jedi, and he's been alive the whole time, orchestrating the events of all the other ones and whatever.
Is trans,
And then the Emperor is like, embrace your hatred, and then I will take over your body. It's like, wait, hold on there a minute there, sir. That's a young woman. I suppose in the quest for immortality, you wouldn't care all that much whether you were a dude or a chick. The Emperor, being an evil guy, is like, literally don't care. But then Rey literally does what he says to do and kills him. So the only assumption is at the end, she's actually the Emperor. And the Emperor is now in a young female body. Haha, okay, I guess that's the storyline they were going for. But Star Wars is a completely screwed up, broken series anyway. Like, yeah. I just love Star Wars. All right, let's roll. First, Disney, we get it. Crash and burn. This new series is gonna suck. But can we talk about Star Wars in general? First, this is my opportunity to just roast Star Wars. The first one, like the original movies, I get it. They were good movies. But if you really think about it, kind of questionable storyline. So everybody knows the joke about it was a kid from a desert planet who was radicalized by a religious extremist who then boarded a cargo ship, went to a terrorist training camp where they devised a plan to blow up a military base. Yeah, that's Star Wars. Let's add a little bit to it. There were like between 1 million and 2 million people on the Death Star, and this is canon, meaning Luke Skywalker massacred untold civilians. What Luke Skywalker does in A New Hope is akin to the dropping of the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in essence. That these guys were like, we're going to massacre all these civilians. Let's end the war. Because it is true that the Death Star blew up Alderaan. Now, I jokingly say, rebel propaganda, that never happened. It was jet fuel heating the metal beams and Alderaan causing the planet to collapse and then explode. You know, that's what
Hopefully
happens.
he doesn't come in and break me.
No, it's true. Okay, if we're going to play, like, legitimately.
I don't think he is.
And then think about what they could have done with this. They actually could have done something really incredible with The Force Awakens. They made Luke Skywalker this whiny loser who sucked, who storyline made no sense. They just butchered the whole thing. You know what could have worked? I would have actually been okay with it if in The Force Awakens, Luke's all messed up, and they're like, what happened to you? You used to be the most optimistic guy. That's what Mark Hamill said. Luke Skywalker was the most optimistic guy. What did they do to this character? They could have done something brilliant. Luke Skywalker flees. He's gone. Nowhere to be found after Return of the Jedi. Why? They could have done a really great arc where Luke meets the families of the people he massacred. He hears the cries of the people who are like, my dad was an electrical engineer who had no idea what was going on and was asked to come aboard to build control panels for lights. And Luke Skywalker blew him up. Well, it's war, right? They could have done something really cool where it's like Luke says, do you have any idea how many people I've met whose family members I killed when I blew up that Death Star? Or how about the second time they blew it up? When it was under construction. How many contractors? And you could argue, if you're a contractor building a death weapon, then you're fair game in warfare. Right. But collateral damage is still the killing of civilians. And that's got to haunt a man's mind. There is nothing intelligent about the expansion of the storylines that they've done for Star Wars. They did not address any of the interesting questions. You know what? Show was awesome. I only watched the first, I think I watched the second season of Cobra Kai. So we all saw Karate Kid. Everybody's seen Karate Kid, I guess. And it's basically this, there's a bully and then the kid wins. Someone made a YouTube video where they were like, the main character is the bad guy. He's trying to steal this guy's girlfriend. He even cheats in the end with an illegal kick. And then if you look at it from that perspective, you're like, wow, the jock guy or whatever that's supposed to be the bully actually isn't a bad guy. And so Cobra Kai as a show is like 20 years later, and the main character is actually the bad guy from Karate Kid. And then you kind of realize, like, what is the main character's name? Danny? He's kind of the bad guy. And they actually address it. And I guess, like, the guys, they team up together and then fight against the other dude's old master or something like this. But that's a really clever way to address a series into something new.
All right, well, I'm just going to go and kill...
Star Wars could have done that. Instead, what did they do? Rey is Emperor's granddaughter, I think?
For their
And it's like,
cards.
at the end, she, like, does the Force and all the rocks lift up or whatever. And it's like, dude, come on. And everyone was screaming, Mary Sue. Luke struggled to learn the Force because he was too old. And we like that story. It's like, wow, he's got to really try hard. Rey was just like, Force powers. And so everybody was kind of like, yeah, okay, this is dumb. Get woke, go broke. When you make a movie and there's no challenge, no struggle, and no conflict, Rey just is, it's boring. Luke struggled to overcome this, and his family dies in the process.
How many?
Not that I think the story actually is a good story. Like,
so now,
yeah, the Empire's bad, I guess, but they don't ever really show the Empire doing anything really wrong. I guess the Empire blew up Alderaan. Okay, fair point. That was wrong. And Luke Skywalker's aunt and uncle are killed. But I gotta tell you, man, why did they get killed? All right, let me break it down for you.
Boom.
Someone just stole military plans, classified military plans for a military base harboring, holding 2 million people, including innocent civilians. And the schematics contain information that could blow it up in a single strike. That's critical information to reacquire. Would we hold it against any military force for trying to reacquire that? Well, if the argument is the Empire is evil, then we're like, no, that we should stop them. But let's think about this outside of any general context and just say, military goes to retrieve classified information, encounters a family who resists, conflict ensues. It's not like they just randomly killed them for no reason. Or maybe they did. I don't know, whatever. The point is, in a realistic context, it could be something bad, but not the same as wanton murder. Anyway, the point is, this results in the radicalization of Luke Skywalker, then blows up a military base and kills millions. Instead, what did we get? A shot-for-shot remake of A New Hope, boring garbage, and Han Solo being killed, Luke Skywalker trying to kill Han's kid? What? That's stupid. Luke Skywalker dying and sacrificing himself or whatever. He disappears into the Force because he used his Force powers. Just what? And then in the end of it all, the Emperor possesses the body of Rey and becomes a young woman. Okay, I guess. Disney, what? You're on crack. Anyway, Star Wars is done. I think it's terrible. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 1 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all then.
Yeah, I assumed he was gonna break me. He's not gonna break
Tis
me.
the season to save now at Conlins. Save
Fuck
35% off and more store-wide. Plus, ask about available 60-month special financing. Make your holiday shopping easy this year with last-minute gift ideas from Conlins.
Right now.
It's a forgotten game of winners. With only one loser.
It was the greatest sport ever played, and I was lucky enough to be its announcer from 1991 to 2020. I even got to call games in the heyday. I called games for Buck McMackey.
You all saw me out there dominating. You saw the way I wouldn't catch a ball to save my life. As soon as the ball hit my hands, boom, in somebody else's hands before they can even think about tackling me.
Buck was one of the greatest in this or any era. In 11 seasons, he was only smeared once.
A game where only the strongest survived.
You know, when I was a kid, my father would take us to Granbo Field every Saturday. Those players were like gods to us, you know? I used to sit and watch them play, and I dream of going pro like them someday myself. You know, for one shining moment,
Alright, let's see what happens here.
Until the league went under. Sorry, Pops.
Shove it down and keep going, because even if you don't shove it down, you're still gonna think about it.
Oh my god, it's like literally the most unhealthy mindset a person could possibly have.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Your reaction is joy.
Oh, cause like that was such a cute, that was so cute. How that all wrapped. I don't know if he's gonna go this way. At the end of the day, an emotion is elicited from Sneeko, not the dopamine,
I
not
think
the
I'm gonna
but
lose.
like joy, because it was a human person, not God. It was a human person in a conversation that recognized something. And
I
it
should
was
have
a
had
response
him
from Sneeko.
I like connecting
go
with
for an
people.
attack.
Yeah, right? Is
Yeah,
it
with
good?
Yeah, I'm
people.
gonna lose.
Yes.
Good?
Yeah.
Is this weakness?
Dr. K sets an unreasonable
Damn.
standard for
I
what a
should have thought
therapist would
about
sound
that.
like. I don't know if I've ever spoken my entire life to somebody that can establish this much rapport this quickly with this level of pretty personal insight.
Hey, Dr. K.
Sneeko, you perma-banned me on.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Can you just count to 10 for me real quick?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Perfect.
Can you count to 420 for me?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
Okay, that's fine. That's good. That's good. Sounds good. How are you?
Good, dude. How are you?
I'm like,
Are we streaming?
Yeah, I'm live right now on Rumble.
Oh, okay, cool.
Are you streaming?
Nope.
Okay.
I think you're banned on all the platforms that I stream on.
Yeah, that does happen. That does happen. So you're a therapist?
Well, it was a master.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm a psychiatrist.
You're a psychiatrist. Okay. I don't believe in therapy, and I think it's a scam, and I don't think it's necessary.
Wait. Did I know this? Why do
Did you
wait,
know that?
hold on. Did I? He's a psychiatrist? I thought that he went to school for. Psychiatry and then did like whatever residence training. No, if he did residency, I guess that implies med school. What? I feel like I didn't know this. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, nice. He is an actual Dr. K. Doctor. He's always said psychiatry. Why did I always assume psychology? I feel like I didn't know this, that he was an actual psychiatrist. Oh, bro. Wait, why am I not hitting him up for my prescriptions? Dr. K, where is this guy at? Hold on. I don't think you can prescribe out of state for Florida. Bro, this is my second day with no Vyvanse, okay? This is a hard life right now, okay? This is a hard life right now. I am Flowers for Algernoning back to...
Yeah, I should have stopped and let him take out White. Then it would have been like an even match.
Flowers for Algernoning back to my original self. It doesn't feel good. Oh my god.
Okay.
Well, I'm a psychiatrist.
You're a psychiatrist. Okay. I don't believe in therapy, and I think it's a scam, and I
Same.
don't think it's necessary, and I don't think that even if there is anything wrong with my brain, that this is going to be helpful whatsoever.
Why do you take a break? I feel like if you're gonna do like a stimulant recreational drug, I feel like I just want to cut my stimulant prescription medication. I feel like it's probably too much. That's just like a feeling I have. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's a feeling I have. I feel like I should just chill for like a couple days. That's my feeling. I don't know.
Yeah, you definitely should.
Believe that men should just.
I think using this might be weird, but I think using Adderall recreationally is probably better for you than like being prescribed it and taking it every day.
Get over it and push forward. I think a better use of your time instead of talking about your feelings is working hard and
I don't have
building
a
something.
controller plugged into it.
That's a better use of your time than anything that, even if this was productive, my time would have been better spent making some money and getting stronger and getting better. But I want to be convinced that it's useful because a lot of people are talking about therapy.
Right, so
and people have accused me of being mentally ill quite a bit. They called me mentally ill since I was a child. I get that a lot from the internet saying Sneako needs to go to therapy. So maybe you can change that perception.
Okay. So let me just make a couple things clear. So I am a psychiatrist, but I'm not your psychiatrist.
Do we take...
Okay. Is that clear? So I'm not doing therapy with you, right? You're
Africa,
not my
I
patient.
guess?
I'm not going to be diagnosing you.
Oh, wait. Destiny,
Yeah, I
this
think we
girl on
take
the right
Africa.
is so f***ing attractive. Wait, I can't tell. Are you memeing? We know every person in this picture, right? Play on piano. There you go. That was the song. Okay, go like.
Or treating you for anything.
Okay.
Okay.
We're having a conversation, and if you,
Okay.
I didn't know what we were talking about, but
Oh,
if
we
you
can
want
talk,
to
we can talk about anything. I'm just like prefacing with that.
Yeah, that's totally fine. So, and I mean, is that what you want to talk about?
No, I want to talk about whatever. I want to talk about whatever you want to talk about. Can I cry?
Sure.
Can I cry?
I don't know how this works. What are we supposed to do?
That's a great question. So, well, I mean, so was there something in particular that you were thinking about when we last connected? So I don't know if we reached out to you or you reached out to us or what exactly happened, but what was there something in particular that you had in mind?
Okay, what do you specialize in? I've seen you talk to some of my friends. You talked to Aiden for a couple hours and you were able to dissect and figure some stuff out. And I don't know, I think this could be an interesting conversation. I don't really know.
I completely agree. I think this is going to be a very interesting conversation.
Okay.
Okay.
I think it's, I would, so let me tell you, so you asked how does this work? So I think there are a couple things to consider.
Okay.
We already talked about, you know, it's not my place to do a diagnostic assessment of you and say that you are or aren't mentally ill. That being said, sometimes I talk to people and people will have questions about particular things. Sometimes those are related to mental health. And I'm happy to answer questions about particular things or try to help people understand parts of themselves, which a lot of times people think is the same as therapy. That's not the same as therapy. It's something that understanding yourself is a part of therapy, but not all paths of self-understanding are therapy. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Okay.
I think, I mean, I really enjoyed hearing your take on how therapy is not real and how people should just tough it out. and
It's
stuff like
real,
that.
but it's a giant waste of time. Like,
so
there's some people
can
that
I
have
ask you
trauma.
about that?
Some people have trauma and PTSD. I think like veterans or something like that, or if you have the really like death, and I can see how it can be effective. But I think most people that go to therapy just like to hear themselves yap in real time. I think that they like their own problems. They like feeling like a main character,
Ugh.
and it's just a way to vent. And it's like a pussy way of dealing with your problems. It's an easy way out. I think it's actually real. I think people give themselves a lot of credit for going to therapy. Like it's something difficult. So I think it's really easy to sit on a couch and talk. I think what's better is moving forward and trying to shove it down and keep going. Because even if you don't shove it down, you're still gonna think about it. I think.
Oh my god, it's like literally the most unhealthy mindset a person could possibly have. Jesus.
If people have this idea that you need to process your feelings on a couch next to a guy, you could process your feelings like while you work. A lot of times I'm thinking about the things that I'm dealing with while I'm working, and that could be therapeutic as well. Or prayer.
Sure.
I think prayer is much more therapeutic.
Okay, so when you say therapeutic, yeah, that's great, dude. So let's I'm excited about this conversation. So let me just ask you a couple of things. So when you say that you think therapy is a waste of time,
yeah,
why do you think that?
Because it's you're basically just saying you know the answer already. I think when you walk into therapy, you already know the answer. Like instinctually, you know what you're supposed to do, and you kind of just want to talk about it to make yourself feel better.
Yeah, true. Guys worried about malware? Don't bet on it. Whether it's malicious software such as ransomware or.
So where do you get the idea that therapy is about? Where do you get your impression of what therapy is?
From everybody that talks about constantly, like, I'm from New York, and you hear all these people in Manhattan. Everybody, all the libs, they talk about, like, I was just talking to my therapist. Oh, I just told my therapist. Oh, my therapist, they're calling their therapist. I need to talk to my therapist about this. People have relationship problems, and like, oh, we need to go talk about it to my therapist for 5 hours and have a deep therapy. Like, it's been way more normalized. And I think they prescribe a lot of problems so that you always come back. It's the same reason why the pharmaceutical companies do not want you to be healthy, so that you continue to buy their medicine. If I go to a therapist, your job is to take my money for my mental health problems. Why would you want me to get better? You don't. You want me to keep coming back and paying you. So
God, I hope Dr. K says, does that mean you should never pay anybody for personal training? All you want is for you to get shredded, and then you are what? Like, obviously they want to keep you weak forever, so they can keep like, this is true of literally every single person you would pay for help. Why would I go and why do teachers get paid to teach? If they teach everything they know, then you're not going to pay them for teaching anymore. Don't they want to keep you stupid? He'd probably agree with that, actually, because of education. But it's like such a.
So you're going to tell me, oh, come back next week and we'll unpack this and we'll unpack that. I don't need to unpack all this from childhood. I'm 25. I'm gonna shove it down and keep going. Why do I want to unpack this stuff?
Okay. What has happened when you've tried to unpack it?
Unpack what? Childhood?
So you said that, like, I don't want to unpack it. I want to shove it down.
Yeah,
right?
shove it
so
down.
Like, what is so? Obviously, you'd want to do that for a reason, right? So you've had some experience that makes you prefer shoving it down.
I'm speaking generally. Like, people will talk about how they go into therapy and unpack all this stuff. It's better. Like, I don't understand why people are 35 reliving all that. Well,
Okay,
I get it, but I just think that's a stupid decision.
Well, what do you get when you say you get it? Why do you think all these stupid people are in therapy?
What do you mean, get it?
Like, well, you said you get it. So I'm curious, what do you get? Why do you think all these people are in therapy if it's such a colossal waste of time and essentially a monetary leech?
Because it's easier to talk about things rather than find an action that's gonna. It's easier to talk your way out of a problem than work your way out of it. Working is hard. Pushing forward and doing things that are difficult, that's harder, right? Like, I consider the gym therapeutic. I consider sparring. I spar quite a bit. I consider that therapeutic.
Yeah, so I think those things are therapeutic too. And I mean, I'll be the first to say that I don't think therapy is therapeutic for everyone. I think that the concerns that you have are actually, like, quite valid.
When you move that out, yes.
I think sometimes therapy goes on way longer than it needs to. I
definitely
don't really
does.
think that, in my experience, most therapists that I know are not interested in keeping people there for monetary reasons. And the very simple reason for that is there's no shortage of patients. So if you stop paying me, there's, like, literally a line out the door of, like, hundreds of people. Like, the average waiting list for a therapist is like 3 or 4 months.
Wait, you don't get it? So when you see, like, a blue-haired transgender walk in, you don't, like, rub your hands together like, oh. No, like, when you see, like, a dude that looks like a girl with kitten ears.
It's so crazy, like, the lack of self-awareness. When he's like, what about all these mentally unhealthy people that are walking around? Like, meanwhile, he's saying, like, I almost think that it's a troll, because Sneako is perfectly saying the worst possible things, to have the, like, worst possible mindset, to be the most mentally unhealthy person you could possibly be. Like, Sneako's saying those things, not like the random, you know, like, blue-haired trans person. Like, you're the one that is saying, like, literally the most unhealthy things in the world.
Like, what makes me go like this is listening to you talk about therapy.
I was 10 minutes late today, guys. And the reason why I was late...
Six.
I want to be honest. The reason why I was late is because I pre-watched this whole video. I am a pre-watcher, and I watched this all. I did pre-watch. I admit it. I admit it. I'm a pre-watcher. I pre-watched everything here. Yeah, I pre-watched it all. Okay.
Why?
Because I think that there's like a lot of stuff to talk about that excites me.
Okay.
It's not the blue-haired transgenders, man. It's
Okay.
dudes who focus on shoving it down in action and don't care to engage with their internal environment, which is a little bit of a judgment because I don't know that that's actually the case with you. But yeah, I mean this excites me.
Okay.
But anyway, what do you think about what I said about, with their waiting lists? 50% of therapists don't take new patients. Like, we're full up. Like, we don't need your particular money because there's like tons of people that are waiting to give us their money.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
Fair, but maybe the whole system works together. The pharmaceutical companies, the therapists, they all work on the fact that people's mental health. People are always talking about mental health. They all profit off of that. In a world where people fix their problems with prayer and with gym, that whole industry would never exist at all. So even though you might not need more patients, it's all based on the fact that everybody's diagnosing themselves in real time.
Well, so let me ask you this. So when you said fix their problems with prayer, how does that work?
Well,
You pray.
I just came back from Mecca.
What do you
and
mean?
You can see people, you call it sujood when you put your head to the floor.
He's still pretending to be Muslim. Oh God, kill me.
And you see people sometimes like sobbing. Or when you go to the masjid on Friday, I'm gonna go tomorrow 1 p.m. for Jummah. You see people like crying, and it's because they're definitely thinking of things that they're asking God for certain things to be fixed. And I consider that therapeutic. That same type of tear that they crying that they might do in therapy, instead they're connecting with God. I think all those problems like opening up about unpacking stuff like that, you should unpack it with God. I see them and the way that they are, and I felt it too. When I was in Mecca, for example, and praying next to the Kaaba, I really felt everything that was going on in my head and everything. It's not like I have to shove it down. I know everything that's there, but it becomes present when you're in prayer. You feel it. You're thinking about it. You're reminded of everybody you love. You're reminded of your past. You're reminded of your flaws. You're reminded of what you want to do better on. You're reminded of your fears and everything. And then you look to God for strength and for guidance and to keep you on the straight path.
Okay, so let me just make sure I heard you. So when you pray, so it sounds like you feel a lot of positive emotions.
And negative too. Like I wouldn't say positive too, but like everything.
Yeah, I wasn't
What
done.
the fuck?
So you said you feel a lot of love, you feel a lot of fear, right? You think about people that you love. You also think about actions that you want to take and places that you want to go. So you have goals that you think of.
Right.
And then what? Help me understand this part about God. Where does God enter the picture?
I would prefer, I can understand why therapy is helpful for a lot of people, but I think it's better to go and talk that out, talk about your trauma and your past to God rather than to a man.
Okay, so I'm not trying to debate you, okay? So I'm not trying to like catch you or something.
I understand.
I'm confused. Because now you're saying you think that therapy can be helpful for other people, but prayer is superior.
Yes.
So there's some benefit to therapy because it sounds like a lot of I'm assuming that you think a lot of the mechanisms are saying you talk about your positive emotions, you talk about your negative emotions, you talk about your goals. You can do that with a person, but it's better to do it with God.
Yes.
What makes it better with God?
Because I don't believe in confessing your deepest, darkest secrets and sins. I think that you're gonna...
What does he think therapy is? Confessing your deepest, darkest secrets and... Bro, Jesus. What are you talking about in therapy?
Embellish the truth. I went to therapy one time. I was 19, and I was talking to this woman. I was basically like,
Never been to
this
therapy.
girl. I was in college, and like it was just a lot of things. I was just like going through like so I decided, all right, like everybody's doing this therapy thing, I'll pay her. And then she had giant tits. She was like really gorgeous, and so I ended up embellishing the story. And instead of like actually being honest, I was just trying to, like, I was like spitting game on her like I was on a date. And I realized in that moment, like I can't fully be honest with the person because the only person you could really be honest with is God. To a person, you're always going to be. There's going to be a level of entertainment. There's going to be a level of lying. You're going to try to make sure that they're engaged. You're going to try. Your ego is going to be involved. When I'm talking to God, I don't have any ego. There's nothing. There's nothing that I need to hide. It's just because God is all knowing. God's the best of planners. So he's gonna know. And I even noticed that a lot when I was praying in Mecca. I felt all the ego and the little blockades that I had in my head, and the the barriers that you have when you talk to a person, they're absent when I talk to God.
Okay. Can I think for a second?
Yeah.
How's this conversation so far, by the way?
Interesting.
Okay. So let me just make sure I understood. So you tried therapy once, and because your therapist had big tits, it sounds like you activated a different mode of relating to that person.
Yeah.
So you started like hitting on her.
I remember like telling the story, and I was like, even my gestures, I was like, all right, so boom, so I was at the spot, and then we really did it. And like I'm making them like, I got this girl.
That's
and I'm
really
doing my
cringy.
thing, and I was just like talking like I was talking to like, I was trying to come off cool.
Yeah. So would you say that what you did for that hour with that person was therapy?
Bad therapy.
What made it bad?
Actually, think about it. Like I did learn some things, and I didn't need to go back anymore. So, yeah. But I think the reason it was effective was because I realized that I don't need therapy. Like it just helped me realize that this is unnecessary. So I did get to talk things out. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, hold on. I'm honestly, I'm not trying to like debate you or like I have no interest in proving you wrong. Honestly, I have no interest in that. Okay. It's just I'm just like kind of curious because here you are saying, okay, I tried therapy, but it sounds like it's kind of like saying like, okay, swimming is a waste of time, and then you ask me like, why do you think it's a waste of time? Well, I went to the beach and like I never really got in the water. I just hung out on the sand, and like swimming is a waste of time, right? Well, so you went there, you did something, but I mean, you're telling me that you treated this person, you didn't do therapy, you started flexing for her.
Yeah.
Right? That's not therapy.
Okay.
Now, and I think that that's fair, right? Because you're also saying that, okay, like the problem with therapy is that when you go, you can't be completely vulnerable or honest with another human being.
Yeah.
Because, and so some kind of script, and I would guess if I asked you like, okay, let's say that there wasn't a female therapist with big tits. Let's say the therapist was
with big tits.
Like, I don't know, a middle-aged dude. You would still be activating some kind of script with them.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And so what I'm hearing you say is that the cool thing with God is that there's no scripts.
Right.
So I'm kind of curious about something. So like one of the advantages of therapy, right, is that there's another human being there. Now that's a disadvantage because now ego enters the picture. Maybe you're trying to impress them. Maybe you don't want to be vulnerable, like totally fine. But there's also an advantage, which is that there's a person there, right? So they're able to listen, they're able to respond, they're able to interact, they're able to observe. And maybe I'm making an assumption here, so I'm going to ask about this. Do you think that God does those things?
Yes. Observes and listens
and talks back?
Yeah, I do.
And in what way?
Definitely.
If you want something or you're looking for some sort of guidance, you can ask God and God will respond.
How?
Not in the way that a human does, but there is a response. And how? It's just it's kind of instinctual, and like you can. He'll tell you what you should be doing, because I think deep down you always do know the answer.
So when you say, so you're saying that God will tell you, and then you're saying deep down you know the answer. So are we saying that deep down the voice that's talking to you is God? Is that you or is that God? Or am I not understanding the?
Well, I mean, we're all God's creation, so we have.
Why I'm kind of curious, I guess, with this mentality. If you were to ask Sneeko,
Whoa.
why bother going to any church service? Why go
they're
to a
offline?
mosque? Why go to temple? Why do anything? If you can just sit at home and talk to God the whole time, why the fuck do we need any kind of teachers or scholars or biblical anything at all, right?
There's a sort of connection. I think deep down you all know because we're all born pure, And then we start to become corrupted with sin. We start to become corrupted by what's around us. And then that's what creates the blockade. So like behind all the ego, behind the mess and the programming, you know what the truth is. But you can ask God when you drop it, and you're able to hear his guidance.
There we go.
Okay, what makes it easier or harder to hear his guidance?
I think it's actually in a lot of ways it's harder. It's not easy to be vulnerable like that. It's not easy to get to that point. It took me a long time, but I do know it's possible after consistently praying.
Right. So what makes it easier or harder to hear God's voice? Because you said sometimes it's easier and sometimes it's harder. I'd agree.
Well, you have to full submission to God, and there's a lot of like sometimes people aren't able to do that because they're sinning, or sometimes people aren't able to do that because they're too angry, they're too emotional. It depends on what state you are in life. But if you can get to that point, then you're able to communicate with God.
Okay. So I'm hearing that, I'm with you that if you're able to get to that point, it's great, right? So you hear some kind of voice or some kind of knowing or instinct or connect with the divinity within you. Is it cool if I call it that?
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm also hearing that it's not entirely clear what the mechanism or methodology to connect with God is. So there's certain things that get in the way, maybe anger, maybe sin. But even if I'm not angry or I'm not sinning, does that guarantee I will hear God's voice?
No.
Or right? So then what else goes into it?
Fear. It could be like sometimes, for example, well, I'll give you Islam, for example, because I'm a Muslim, and a lot of people connect with God in different ways, and I don't think any of that is inherently wrong, but for example, when you pray in Islam, you're supposed to make wudu before, which is cleansing yourself. You're supposed to wash your arms, wash your feet, you're supposed to wash your face, your ears and everything. You're supposed to be in a clean state. Even when you pray in Mecca, you're supposed to be wearing a white garment that's clean. Like there's a way to purify yourself and make sure you have true intentions. Even when you're washing yourself before prayer, you're supposed to make sure, like, the whole point is to make clear intentions that I'm going to pray, or else your prayer isn't accepted. Like even when you get on your knees and put your head to the floor, you can't just go through the motions and expect to be able to connect with God. You have to have clear intentions to do that. So I think there's a lot of things. If you're emotional or if you don't have faith, sometimes people just don't have faith. Like there's a lot of things that can block your faith.
Okay. So then let's say I'm having trouble, right? Let's say I don't really have faith, or I'm afraid, or I'm angry. Actually, forget about that. I realized I was slipping into a debating kind of mode, so I'll just say what I'm going to say.
Okay.
So here's where I think there's an advantage to therapy. So I completely agree with everything that you've said. Okay. I think the challenge, though, is that what you're sort of...
Sometimes when I listen... Fuck. It sounds annoying to analyze, because it sounds like I'm just going to shit on Sneeko. Sometimes when I hear Sneeko give answers to questions, sometimes I feel like he's in a mode where he feels like this is the answer that he's supposed to give, rather than like, are you actually thinking about this particular... At least with regards to religion. Are actually thinking about, like, how you're supposed to respond? Or I'm sorry, are you thinking about, like, what do you actually feel? Like... What do you feel and what are you doing when you're approaching these issues? Like, how do you prepare to pray to God, right? And it's like, well, I try to approach humbly. I try to approach with honesty. Like, instead of that, it's like, well, when you approach God, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to kneel and you say 4 prayers in the book. And the reason why you say these prayers is because they prepare your mind for when you go to God. And the reason why when you're preparing your mind, and it's like, whoa, bro, what? I don't know what the am I in Sunday school right now? Like, it feels like he has a really hard time. And maybe it's just the way that he talks, or maybe it's like I don't want to say like a grift or whatever, but it's like, just explain, like, what are the feelings or emotions or processes, like, rather than giving me this textbook answer that you feel like you are obligated to give as I don't know.
Talking about is like difficulties within you. So like, let's just take faith, for example. So not having faith is like really tricky, right? Because
maybe it's the dog shit religion he's pushing. Well, I mean, he's not actually religious too, right? The fact that it's a grift makes it probably a lot harder for him to connect.
I don't know if it's a grift or not.
On an emotional level as well, right? Because he's just like repeating the answers that he's been told that he thinks he's supposed to give. Yeah.
Faith is not something that is born of logic. It's born of faith. It's the belief in something, and if you really look at it technically, you can't have faith if you have knowledge. because knowledge is when you know something. Faith is when you believe something, right? You have faith in something. Agreed there? And I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm laying out how my understanding of things.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So I think the big advantage of therapy is that you've got like another human being. So if you have other problems, right? So like if you have, let's say, fear or anger or a lack of faith, that there's actually like another human being there to help you with those barriers.
Right. But humans are inherently flawed and we're never going to be perfect. So
absolutely.
A therapist's advice is always going to be inferior to God's because God's all-knowing and God is perfect and God's more intelligent than us. I don't think that there's any human that's
even though
better
he's
than me
worshiping the wrong God
or smarter or that knows anything that I don't know, because we're all created equal. So I mean, it's good to kind of voice those things, and that's why that therapy session that I had with that woman with the giant breast was
Jesus
effective,
Christ,
because I realized something. She didn't tell me anything. It was just me talking that made me realize that this is useless and I don't need this. I think when you talk to something,
hold on a second. So once again, I don't disagree with any of your premises. I just don't. I come to a different conclusion. So you kind of said, I'm with you that human beings are flawed, right? And so, but just because a human being is flawed doesn't mean that a human being can't help another human being.
True. Yeah, I'm not saying it's completely useless. I'm just saying that
it's mostly useless.
Okay.
And I think people like the echo chamber and have a certain level of narcissism. I think if you...
Even in an Islamic context, seeking knowledge is a requirement in Islam, and this blind faith is very much looked down upon. Yeah, I want to be really careful because I don't want to speak much to Islam. I can't. I can speak from a Christian perspective. And given that we're all like members of the book or whatever, I feel like there's probably going to be a lot of similarities, but I don't want to say for sure, right? But it reminds me of I'm pretty sure I've told this joke on stream before, that like a man is... a huge flood has overtaken a city, and a man is sitting in his house, and a few people come by in a car, and they're like, "Hey, we're leaving the city."
Oh, is he gonna do like it's like the same boat thing where a guy's drowning in the ocean, a boat comes. That's what he's doing.
Let's
He's
go.
just
And the guy's
saying
like,
a
"No,
different
God is
fucking
going to protect
story."
me. Nothing will happen." And then the floodwaters begin to rise. The guy moves up to the second floor. He's sitting in his bedroom. A couple in a boat comes by and like, "Hey, hop in. We're leaving the city. There's floodwaters." And the man is like, "No, God is going to protect me." And then eventually the man climbs into his attic and he's on the roof. So the floodwaters are overtaking his entire house. And then a helicopter comes by and the guy is like, "Hey, hop in the helicopter or you're going to drown and die." And the guy's like, "No, I have strong faith in God. He's going to protect me." And then eventually the floodwaters rise. The guy drowns. He's at the gates with St. Peter. And, finally he gets in and he talks to God and he's like, "God, I prayed to you. I had strong faith in you. Why didn't you help me?" And then God was like, "What are you talking about? I sent a car, a boat, and a helicopter, and you didn't get in, dumb fuck." And then he smacks the guy upside the face, bends him over, and he reams him with his 32-inch holy dick.
That's fucked up.
But yeah, this
Don't
idea
make
that
that
like
joke.
you do nothing and God does everything. Like you're supposed to be proactive in your life, and you're supposed to do things to like seek knowledge and wisdom and the application of prayer and rituals. And I just, at least in a Christian setting, or at least in a Catholic setting, I would say, I could never imagine. I
was not expecting that.
Like a priest or a Jesuit or a preacher or any type of holy person say like, "Oh yes, my son, don't seek wisdom from any other area in your life. Just keep praying to God, and that's all you need to do, and He'll tell you everything." Like that's just such a bizarre statement. I would be surprised because I feel like in Islam, I feel like you have a lot of like holy scholars and everything as well. I'd be surprised if it was much different in Islam. I seriously doubt they would say what do they call them, imam, or I don't know what the fuck your leaders are called, but I seriously doubt you would go into a mosque and they'd be like, "Oh yes, child, like just pray to Allah, pray to God, and He'll tell you everything. Don't seek wisdom anywhere else." Like that just seems so wild. I don't know, but who knows?
Keep going back to therapy like that long without any solution. You just kind of like hearing yourself talk.
Well, I mean, when you say that long without any kind of solution, like what's your understanding of like the course and outcomes around therapy?
There's a lot of people that I'm sure you know these people too. They have their therapist on speed dial, and they talk about the therapist like they're friends.
Oh, cute. Okay, sorry. Here's a fun story I've been thinking about recently. This is from aliyabdal.com. One day, the Prophet Muhammad noticed a Bedouin leaving his camel unattended without tying it.
Bro!
He asked the Bedouin, Is it Bedouin or Bedouin?
What the
Bedouin?
fuck?
Why don't you
I
tie your
literally-
camel? The Bedouin
I was just
answered,
trying to
I
get-
place my trust in God. The
get
Prophet said,
cards.
trust in God,
What?
but tie your camel. Yeah. So yeah, in Islam, it's probably the same thing, right?
Friends. You know,
I don't think that's the majority of people. I think that is a tiny fraction of people.
Okay.
I would guess less than 5%. So I know that, for example, like part of our training as therapists is that we set very clear boundaries. We're not your friend. So you're not supposed to be texting us all the time. So when a patient texts or calls me at like 8 p.m., I'll answer because they don't usually do that. And then I'll ask them, hey, can this wait until our appointment? Or do you really need to talk to me now? Or do you need to go to the emergency room? Or like, what's going on? So I don't think that we...
I was
because
trying to get a
lot
card,
of what I'm really
bro.
confused about is that I think a lot of your understanding of therapy is based on, I'm not quite sure what, like what you've heard, I guess.
I guess my understanding is like it's a lot of liberals who prioritize feelings over facts. The people that
I also feel I feel so bad for people whose brains get so heavily politicized that they like can't evaluate the world. You're like, bro, what's your favorite type of ice cream? Do you like mint chocolate chip? It's like ice cream. Well, ever since the liberals started, blah. Like, did you ever watch Game of Thrones? Well, I heard that George R. R. Martin. I heard that he's a feminist. So no, and it's like your brain is like Sneeko is like the ultimate product of what I talked about. I think like a year or two ago, where it feels like everything today is so politicized. Like every single thing is fucking politicized. You can't have a normal conversation about anything without people like invoking politics. I was like, oh my god, actual bot behavior. Yeah.
Yeah, the people that usually go to therapy I don't think that they're based in reality. I think that they like
36.
trivializing their lives and they're just not that interesting, and they want to make it more interesting by making up problems and unpacking everything.
Where does that? Where do you get that?
Any of this? Yeah.
Right. So like for example, you said that they're like interested in feelings instead of facts. So like, where do you get that impression?
Ben
like,
Shapiro.
I'm confused by that.
For example,
because you're drawing a lot of conclusive statements, and I'm curious.
They have something called like gender affirming care. I remember having this in school where we had like social workers and therapists that were designed there, and there were rooms for safe places where there was like a psychotherapist or a psychiatrist, and they would just talk about their feelings, and then it was always they had like rainbow stickers on the front. And all these people that ended up becoming transgender or becoming gender fluid, they were always constantly in therapy. Or like, I went to school with a bunch of depressed kids, kids who thought they were depressed. All these kids were on SSRIs. They were all said they were anxious. They were constantly popping pills, and they all had the same political ideology. It was sort of like centered around the fact that weakness is okay. They didn't see strength as a virtue. They saw weakness as something to lean into.
How do you know that what they saw? That I'm confused. Like, how do you know what they see?
I mean, by talking to them. I mean, I guess I can't. I don't. But talking to them all the time. To see, like, the people that were constantly going to therapy in my school were the gender fluid people. The people that didn't believe in it, and the people that were like on a different political idea, like they were the ones playing sports, working out constantly, and who were like trying to build something.
Okay, so I'm sort of seeing like there's that just the way that you're viewing things is that there's a lot of like correlations.
Yeah.
So going to therapy is correlated with weakness.
With
is
liberalism and
correlated
weakness,
with,
yeah.
Liberalism and ideology is correlated
Both of those
with
are very
not
important.
exercising is correlated with not doing things.
Yep. Inaction.
Let me just think about
that.
Why are we having this conversation?
Because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my way of thinking is incorrect. I think it's pretty polarizing.
Really?
When I talk about this, it upsets a lot of people.
Bro, I was doing so good until that person
maybe
bought it
my
out.
worldview was wrong, and maybe yours is right. And maybe therapy is necessary.
That
maybe I
sucked.
need it.
What do you think?
I believe the reason I believe what I believe is because I think I'm right.
Okay. Yeah, so that's what's so interesting. So here's my experience of this conversation. So you say things in ways that are very polemic. So like polar.
Yes.
So you say things in a way that invites me to argue with you and try to prove you wrong.
Yeah.
Like just the statements that you make. And I can see why people are like inflamed by that. And if I don't try really hard to catch myself, then I will start arguing with you.
Right.
Why are you smiling right now?
Because you're right. Because you're completely right. That's just my way. People tell me that quite a bit. I have like a argumentative style of speaking.
That's not the question that I asked. I asked, why are you smiling?
I'm smiling because you're right.
So what is the correlation with me being right and you smiling?
That in 20 minutes you picked up on what my friends and family have been saying for years.
Okay. And when I pick up on something that your friends and family have been saying for years, so that's just like a fact, right? Like I picked up on it.
Yes.
But you have a reaction to that, which is that you're smiling.
Right.
So that reaction comes with an emotion.
Yes.
That's what the reaction is.
Yes.
What's the emotion?
The emotion, I think I get like a dopamine hit from.
Dopamine's not an emotion.
What's up?
Dopamine's not an emotion. Right? What's the emotion?
Laughter.
Laughter's I'm not trying to make you sound stupid here, but laughter's not an action. So let's think about it. What's the emotion?
Not an emotion.
Laughter is an action, not an emotion.
Right?
There we go.
Is what
so
he
like,
means.
How do you understand that? Like here I am noticing something about you, and your reaction is joy.
Oh, because like that was such a cute. Oh, that was so cute. How that all wrapped. I don't know if he's gonna go this way. I might be making an assumption, right? But at the end of the day, an emotion is elicited from Sneeko, right? Not the dopamine, not the wrecking, blah blah blah. Like joy, because it was a human person, not God. It was a human person in a conversation that recognized something and it elicited a response from Sneeko. I think that's where he's going with this. Or I hope that's where he's going, because that wraps the whole conversation is like wrapped in a super neat bow from here on out to establish that point. Yeah.
Okay. I like connecting with people.
Yeah.
Oh,
right?
yeah, with people. Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Is this weakness? Is what we're doing weakness?
Nope.
No. But
is it strength?
It's a strength. No, it's just a conversation. Like this is similar to most. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So it's neither weakness or strength. It's
Yeah.
just we're connecting.
Yeah.
Feels good to connect.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
Does it make us weak to connect?
No.
Does it make us strong to connect?
I did not know that there was a bot.
Neither. Well, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Whoa! How? What's so?
Because you're stronger in groups. So if I connect with somebody and then we go forward, there's two of us instead of one.
Damn.
So there's value to connection.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that like we're not doing therapy, but I think that we just experienced what I would call one of the benefits of therapy. Which
having a human and not God. Yeah, nice, neat, good landing.
Just to be seen.
Don't do
so
that.
I know you're putting on an act.
No.
And yet,
why?
It feels good to like see through it, right? Like I kind of saw through it, and that feels good. I'm not, and this is the other thing is I'm not judging you for it. I'm not saying like, hey, bro, you're an asshole for doing this. Why do you do this? I don't get angry with you. I imagine a lot of people get angry with you.
Yeah, that's true.
And that must be tough for you.
Maybe we can talk about.
Let me rephrase.
I'll let you cook. I'll let you cook.
It used to be tough for you, but now you're better at it. Now you're stronger. Now you know how to pray and you have faith in God. So it's no longer a problem that people are angry with you, right?
No. The critical misspeak. I'm sorry, I'm done.
No, meaning what?
Also, the kind of reason I laugh, I kind of like, I like making people react. I like even if it's laughter, I have the same sort of reaction to when people get upset. I like being able to say stuff and then people go, huh? Or laugh, or like, I like having an effect on people.
Yeah.
So like when I say like a racial slur and then people, like that's really fun for me.
How do you understand? So first of all, is that common for many people?
I don't think it's as common as, no, I don't think it's that common.
Yeah, I'd agree. Maybe everyone likes it a little bit.
A little,
but
I
not
like
as much
it more
as you.
than most people, yeah.
Yeah, how
I
do you
think so.
understand that?
I don't know, it's just always been that way. It's always been that way.
Are you interested in understanding it?
Yes.
Okay, so what? What's that expression?
Because now it's like I'm thinking you're gonna like dig into my past to figure out like why that is.
I don't even know the answer.
I also, Sneeko is debating, right? And Dr. K is therapizing. I don't want to say he's doing therapy, but like something akin to it. Something that I think is really good. If you want to debate everybody in your life, you could do that. That's fine. But when you are talking to a therapist or somebody that's trying to help you, I think it's really important to just like have an honest conversation and don't ever try to head the therapist off. Like, don't try to be thinking like, fuck, they're asking me this because if I say this, he's gonna fucking say this. And if I say this, then he's gonna fucking do that, right? Don't try to like head off your therapist, right? That's just like, yeah, don't just like open up, think, let them guide the conversation, yeah.
Answer. It's just,
What's the answer?
I'm not going to tell you yet.
Huh?
I'm not going to. We don't need to dig into your past. We don't need to. We can do that if you want to, but we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna figure it out together, right? Because connected, ape strong together.
Right. Yes.
Does that
stronger
work?
together. Yes. Okay.
Okay, so let's think through it. Right. So, and see, even the way that I'm talking to you is changing. So what have you noticed that I'm changing?
Yeah, we have more defense mechanisms, and now they're dropping.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, so you know what I'm doing to drop your defense mechanisms?
You're saying things to make me feel welcomed and like you're understanding.
Yeah, and
stuff.
what am I saying to you to make you feel welcome?
It's everything. It's,
oh my God, Sneeko, you're so great.
No,
I
no,
love
no.
you. Like, I'm not, right?
No.
What I'm actually doing is I know the answer, you don't, and I'm not going to tell you. Nya, 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 nya.
Right.
And somehow, like, you feel welcome with that. Like, let's play. Like, we're playing a game. You feel it?
Well, because everybody likes talking about themselves, and that you told me that you're going to talk more about me in the future, and that's like everyone's favorite topic.
Is it your favorite topic?
No.
No. Yeah, I don't think it's everyone's favorite topic.
Maybe
That
I
would
just
make us
lied. I don't
narcissistic.
know. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No, but I think it's like, I think human beings like to understand themselves. I don't think that's unusual.
Yes.
Yeah. So let me ask you, so when you try to get a rise out of people, right? It can be negative, it can be positive.
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you, so how does it feel to not, so when you get a rise from someone, I'm going to say that means that I'm relating to you, I'm noticing you, I'm acknowledging you. Is that fair?
Yeah.
So if you don't get a rise out of people, how do you feel?
Inadequate.
Yeah,
And
right?
getting a rise doesn't just have to mean
Damn,
anger.
son, you just went, yeah, I know, but inadequate? Yeah,
Inadequate,
I'm
yeah,
surprised
yeah,
you
yeah.
got there that fast.
Like you remember, like I remember standing in circles at school and stuff like that, and like there's like a group of people talking, and then you say a joke
Shit.
and nobody reacts, or like you just say something and like that, like am I here? Like did anybody just hear what I said? Or, like am I invisible? And then someone repeats the joke louder, and then they all get a laugh. What the?
Yes.
Yeah, that shit sucks.
Yeah, right. So you feel invisible unless you get noticed. And so, like,
you sure?
Right. Your words. I mean, I use the word notice, but you use the word invisible.
Yeah.
So now let's like kind of think about it, right? So now like there's a guy who goes out of his way because fucking A, we're gonna notice you, Sneeko.
Ah, shit.
Right? You're gonna make sure of that.
Right.
Right? And you kind of come out charging, and we'll see if you flip back into that mode later.
Okay.
But, you know, we'll see what your tolerance of vulnerability is.
Yes.
Maybe.
Okay, wait, real quick. Am I missing a Oh, dude. I feel like my apartment is gonna collapse. Is there a way to pull stuff out of my bastion? Like if I've got all these resources up here, is there a way to like ferry them out and like deliver them to other places or no?
But I think you're okay with this because I think you like to be seen. I think you're actually more okay with being vulnerable than you give yourself credit for.
Right, but I think the biggest issue and what I noticed in Mecca was that, yes, that's true, but doing it for the right reasons. Like, I think it's okay to say a racial slur and, you know, if someone gets upset because my intentions are pure. It's just like, it's funny to me and it's funny to people who get it. But also the fact that if I do have eyes, that I'm putting out the right message and that I'm influencing in the right way. That it's not just like clamoring symbols like a loud monkey, or getting, you know, there's some people that just turn it into a giant clown show, that I'm doing something right. And that every time I speak that it's, you know, there is something positive coming out of it.
Sure. So it sounds like is this the first time you went to Mecca?
Yes. Just came back. Yeah.
And it sounds like it was quite a powerful experience for you.
It was the most,
most powerful. I haven't even fully talked about it yet. Yeah, it was like one of the most, it was the best experience of my life.
Yeah, so
He
like
has to say that, of
now
course.
I can see that you're more centered, right? And now you're sort of saying like,
Well,
okay,
let's
like
see
if my
attack. What should
intentions
they
are
gonna
pure and
attack?
like all this other stuff, which is cool. But like you were clowning long before that, right? You were getting rises out of people long before you went to Mecca and understood everything that you've understood now.
Yeah, since I was like 4 years old, I used to like tell knock jock jokes. Like there's, I would, yeah, always. I was always like making stand-up comedy type jokes since I was like 3.
Yeah.
Like
Can I
would-
ask you about what growing up was like for you? That's like, oh my God, like.
Growing up was good. Growing up was, you know, I grew up in around Connecticut and New York, New Haven, you know, a pretty mixed, diverse, 2-parent household, really good parents, and feel
Siblings?
pretty, yeah, siblings, older sister, younger brother.
And what will you say you feel pretty?
I'm very grateful that I had really good parents, and I still do. And
What made your parents really good?
They sacrificed a lot in order to raise us properly, and they put 100% into parenting, and I think that's pretty.
Well, let me grab something. Hold on. Do we know how long Bad Bunny's banned for? Right now, it's indefinitely. So
Pretty rare. I don't. My parents are still together. Like it's very rare that I meet people that still have parents that are together. I love my parents.
And when you say they sacrificed a lot, can you share a little bit about that? Do you feel comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they chose to, you know, they didn't go out and party ever. You know, they don't really have that many friends. They didn't really have like that much of a social life or a life outside of raising their children. Like that was their number one priority. Like they weren't selfish whatsoever.
Okay. And what was school like for you?
School
You were the
was.
class clown?
Was that?
You were the class clown?
Yeah, later on, I wasn't as funny earlier, but then I did get funny, and then I was a class clown. Like I had ups and downs. Like I was like 4th, 5th grade. I like tried to be the class clown more than I was. It was cringe. But then like I developed a good flow.
Yeah. And what was
okay, one thing I want to say, I don't want to spend too much time on this. Okay, because obviously he's fucking did he do his residency at Harvard? Dark Guy's so good at conversations, like probably one of the best, if not the best I've seen. Okay, that's high praise for me. Okay, like remember 20 minutes ago, and apparently Sneaker was covering me and Mel before this, right? This is why the goes to therapy blue-haired, well, apparently keeps coming up. Somebody told me this, right? 20 or 30 minutes ago, therapy was gay, God is better, all this shit is stupid, blah, 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 blah. And in, what are we, 38 minutes in or whatever? He's like, now we're talking about our childhood, and we're like very open, we're a lot less defensive, we're like open and receptive to things that are saying. Like, he's so
All right, yes,
so
I
good
get a 10 stack
at,
after this.
Moving through conversational topics and breaking down. I think the hardest thing to do is to break down somebody's defenses without like being aggressive or combative, because usually it's ironic that or paradoxical, when you attack somebody harder, the defense becomes stronger. But Dr. K is very good at navigating these conversations in ways that don't make people feel like they're on trial or have to fight against something. He just is really good at asking the right questions and then like making you feel good about coming up with the correct answers. And now we're talking about something that you originally didn't want to talk about, but you're like happy to be here talking about it, right? I think he's really good at navigating conversations like that. Yeah.
like what were your friends like, you know, things like that?
If I were to say the worst thing that Dr. K does that I would almost consider fucking criminal, okay? And Dr. K could never give this disclaimer because it would be he would be made fun of for it, but I feel like he almost should, is that I think therapy is good, and you should find a therapist if you want to talk through your problems, blah, blah, blah. But I almost feel like Dr. K sets an unreasonable standard for what a therapist would sound like. I don't know if I've ever spoken my entire life to somebody that can establish this much rapport this quickly with this level of pretty personal insight. It's almost unfair, because if you go to a therapist expecting like, oh my God, they're all like Dr. K, they're not. I'm not saying they're bad, but I think it generally takes people quite a bit longer to get to this stage. And yeah, he's very, 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 very good at this.
Diverse friend group, and we used to make like really fucked up jokes. Like my best friends when I was younger, a Jewish guy and a black guy, and I was more Asian when I was younger, so they would always call me like say that my ancestors died building the railroads, and I would make Holocaust jokes, and then I would make slave jokes, and then we would just, it was just brutal, like just trashing each other all day long and trying to make each other cry and laugh.
And
fuck, he's
do you
gonna
have
come
a sense
down.
of what about that kind of humor resonated with you?
I think it was bonding over the fact that you can say fucked up things and it doesn't have to come from a bad place.
Bro,
Because
this sucks.
The teachers
I
would always
hate
try
when
to
there's a
censor
bot in the
and say
game.
you can't say this, you can't say that, don't do this, don't do that. But deep down, you know, oh well, my intentions are pure. Just because I say something doesn't mean I mean it. You know, it doesn't have to dictate what my belief system is.
And so, have you been judged a lot?
If he doesn't
for what you
attack
say?
Yellow,
Yeah, I got canceled off everything. Yeah.
And how do you understand that?
How do I understand? What do you mean?
Like, what's that like for you to be judged for what you say?
if he doesn't go into
I think it's a
Yellow,
big responsibility because I
I'm just
mean,
gonna
obviously, it's a
attack
bigger
him.
platform than just being like a class clown. A lot of people listen. I think one of the biggest shifts in my perspective was I was at a baseball game with Lil Pump, and it was in between the innings or something. We're walking to the hot dog stand, and then like these 11-year-olds come up to me, and they start like they get really excited. They're like three or four, like they must have been 5th, 6th grade, and they go, "F the women, f the women," and I'm like, "What?" Like, no, like "F transgenders." I'm like, no. The gay people. I'm like, no, we love everyone. Just like they were all excited. I'm like, is this what they get from my? And I think it was equally like good and bad because they were joking. They were trying to be. They literally like reminded me exactly of how I was at 10, 11 years old. And it looks bad because it's on camera because people are like, this is what he's making them believe. Like this is not what they believe. It's just something that adolescent boys all kind of go through. And I think it's good that they found a vessel within my videos to find a similar sense of humor. So actually, at first I was a little shook, and then it made me really happy. And I think about those guys a lot, and I hope they're doing well. But it is reassuring
he's
that,
gonna
well, not
kill me.
reassuring, but it's like it gives you a little responsibility. Like, okay, like everything I say and do, like I should have something positive there because I'm influencing the youth. You know, whether or not a lot of people like to admit it or how much they try to cancel or silence or censor, like there's, you know, what I say is influential.
Yeah, and in what way or would you say you're influencing them?
I think I'm helping them embrace their boyhood in a generation where it's really suppressed, where men are becoming more effeminate, where we're told to cry more and talk about our feelings more, where, you know, gender ideology is pushed, where, you know, inherently like no 12-year-old boy believes in that. They don't believe in any of that.
It's so crazy. I know I've said this before. It's so crazy to me that like we identified like concepts relating to toxic masculinity. And by the way, these have been known for a long time. This isn't a new woke invention. And almost every single good like old movie that shows like good masculine anything, like are all aware of this and talk about this in one way or another. It's crazy that for some reason in like 2020, I don't know, like red pillars of the manosphere decided to pick up on like, oh, you think toxic masculinity is this? Well, we're going to literally embody all of the worst traits of masculinity then as part of our content. It's like, wait, what? Why? What? Why? What? It's like so cringe.
They think it's garbage, they think it's stupid, and they all want to make racist jokes, and they just want to be unapologetic and be themselves. And we're trying to mold boys into something that they're not, and it's making a lot of people unhappy, and I don't think a lot of people see what's going on.
When you say it's making a lot of when we're molding boys into what they're not, right? So this is not that's the side that's winning right now, which is not your side, right?
There we go. Right. The godless side.
And when the godless side is succeeding, what happens? when we get boys to talk about their feelings or men to talk about their feelings?
Then the woman controls the relationship. Then you become deeply unhappy. You become weaker. It shows in your body. The way you speak, you become more of a snake. You just become less of a man, and you're not leading like the way you don't lead anymore. You're not leading the charge.
Talking about your feelings it means that you become submissive?
Yeah, because you're submitting to a person instead of to God. So, like you opening up in that vulnerable way, to that extent, yes.
Okay. So if we're not supposed to talk about our feelings, what are we supposed to do with them?
I think there's better, like, I think joking is a way, like there's better ways to talk about your feelings rather than crying in front of a therapist. Like I think stand-up comedians, for example, are all fucked up. Like the best stand-up comedians have like all this trauma and stuff like that, and they put that into their craft. And I think that's a really effective way of turning trauma, turning problems into something that's positive. They're spreading laughter. All of them, like if you go to a stand-up comedy show, I used to do it a lot when I was in New York. And then COVID happened. I was standing there, and these people are just talking about their parents and their drug addictions and their relationships, and just like and then they find like a way to make fun of it instead of feel bad about it. They just kind of like make light of it, and it's therapeutic to be able to share that information with strangers and then laugh about it, and then you feel better after because you're not like bottling it down. But even then, you don't just need to do it in stand-up comedy. Like sometimes you'll see like the super jack guy in the gym, and he's deadlifting like 400 pounds. That used to be me. And you're kind of like all that whatever's going on, you're letting it out in the gym. Or when I'm sparring too, like, you know, sometimes you get into a mode where you're angry and you're thinking about something that happened, what happened at work, and you just, you know, you let it out there, and afterwards you shake hands with the person. You might have a bloody nose, he might have hit you too, and in that moment, now you're stronger, you know, you're better at fighting, and you've let it out in a healthy way. So I think there's healthier ways to express negative feelings or channel that energy than therapy.
Okay. Can I think for a second?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for me, by the way, so far?
Have I changed your mind on anything?
No.
Okay. How long have you been doing this?
Look, can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
Are you under the impression that I don't already agree with you about most of what you're saying?
He had a 10 trade.
I was under that impression. I was under that impression, yeah.
I mean, am I... is
he's
anything
gonna
that I'm
go
saying...
just and try to take that out.
So, like, for example, when you talk about, like... Well, let me just toss a couple things out. So I completely agree with you that I think comedy can be very therapeutic. I think exercise can be very therapeutic. I think prayer can be very therapeutic. I think we have tons of scientific studies that support all of those things. We actually know that those are all very effective ways to manage mental health. And I think the other things that we know are that it's not exclusive to that. And in fact, I would say the mind is probably the organ of the body that can benefit from the most diverse kinds of things, as well as the optimal function of the mind requires a diversity of different things to be healthy. The mind actually needs the most balanced diet out of every organ in our body.
I'm frustrated, and it is not what I signed up for. I'm tired of our sick care model. I'm not choosing not to participate. I got in this to help people get well. That's not what I'm seeing in the healthcare system. Why don't doctors tell you to take something as simple as magnesium instead of a stool softener, knowing that the stool softener dehydrates your bowels? Why don't doctors tell you to take D3 in the winter because you can't get it from the sun? And it radically improves the immune system and impacts your sleep. Why don't doctors tell you to change your diet? Why don't doctors tell you to focus on herbs or certain foods to heal? Why aren't you informed by your doctor that if you eat something as simple as a grapefruit every day, that it'll support blood pressure naturally? Why don't doctors create diets and lifestyle plans for patients when we know that over 90% of disease is due to lifestyle? Why don't doctors teach you to manage your emotions? Because that stress...
I think humor, for example, is a very well-documented defense mechanism. When I have patients that I work with, we oftentimes, with the male patients, I will make dick jokes, and we will talk about making dick jokes. And we will even do it very intentionally. And so after we go into a deep part of therapy where we're talking about something raw and real, we will do something called come up for air by making a joke. Sometimes our emotions can lead us in the wrong direction. Agree?
Yes.
Has that ever happened to you?
Not
Of
me.
course.
Do you feel comfortable sharing an example about that?
To where an emotion led me in the wrong direction?
Yeah.
Does horny count?
Sure.
Fucking focusing on women instead of what I was supposed
Men.
to do. Happens like on stream all the time. Or fear. I think supplementing using drugs to cope with fear. Stuff like
Okay.
that in the past.
Okay, so like, yeah. So I mean, I think that's actually. I love those examples, because I think they really speak to.
I wouldn't have went boom boom.
So when we have emotions, so they can be useful, but they can also, like, if we're not in control of them, if we don't really understand where they come from or why they come from a particular place, and we're not able to regulate them, we get into trouble, right?
Right.
So then, are you? By the way, are you kind of is this okay? What we're doing
Yeah,
right
no,
now? Or am
I'm
kind of-
following. I'm following. You're
Okay.
you're explaining the use of emotions.
Yeah. So, and then I think that, like, so this is where we kind of come to emotions such as crying or as a weakness, and that's kind of where I'm going with this. Is that I think so, in my opinion, or expertise, or call it whatever you want to, like, you will be a more effective human being if you can understand and even to a certain degree control, if you have a better relationship with your emotions. In the same way that we can train our muscles or our breathing, we can also train our mind.
Right. I agree.
Right? And so I think one of the key parts of that training is
I get a 10 stack.
a better relationship with our emotions. And specifically to understand, so sometimes we will also have inappropriate emotions. So a good example of this is, let's say that I get anxious asking for a raise from my boss. Even though I've worked really hard, I feel I deserve it, but something.
Uh-oh.
Did you see my DMs? I'm sorry to join here. I just need to, like, square it away right away.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I got it.
Okay, so everything's confirmed. I just need you to send me a link that I can pass on. Did you tell Chad about what a wonderful birthday you had?
Yeah, it was so wonderful.
And how you're a special birthday boy the whole day?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yep.
Did you tell them your top 5 birthday moments?
Yep.
What were they? I'd love to hear them.
The first one was f***ing your mom. The second one was f***ing your mom. The third one was f***ing
Was
your
the
mom.
third one leaving apparently black stains on her?
Well,
What the
you know,
fuck?
when you've gone 15 times in a row, you're shooting blanks by the end, so.
Yeah, blanks don't mean black. I don't know why you said you were shooting black all over her.
Well, there's advanced techniques where you can inject stuff into your scrotum so that you're able to keep shooting. And I think the mixture I used last time was getting a little old, but that's okay.
Oh, I see. I thought you were doing some kinky stuff with my mom, but you're just being vanilla.
Oh, no, I'm also doing that too, you know, but. Oh, that join Zoom meeting, that's probably it. Okay, hopefully that's it at top. Okay, good luck.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thanks.
Bye. Sneeko is a retarded 8, but in the situation when you have two people who have the same miscellaneous issue, one goes to therapy and one starts a consistent fitness routine, who do you think comes out better in the end? Assuming both people are doing 100% of what they need to do, the therapy every single time, 100% of the time, is a superior option. Because if it is the fact that all you need to do is get out and exercise more or get out and be more active with your life, then if you go to therapy, the therapist will tell you that. But if it is the case that there's some other mental shit that you need to work on, or there's some other problem you have, going to the gym's not going to fix that for you.
Last thing I want to ask you, like a lot of people in the chat are asking, how do they overcome porn addiction or masturbation addiction?
It's a great question. A couple of things. One is we've got a bunch of resources about that if people are interested. Like, I'll do like lectures and stuff on porn addiction. So we have stuff on that on YouTube, but I'll answer now in kind of a quick way. So here's what we have to understand about porn addiction. Any addiction exists because of two things. When an activity gives us pleasure and takes away pain, we have the capacity to become addicted to it. If you really look at addiction, there is a cycle of addiction. So in the first phase of addiction, all it does is make us feel good. In the second phase of addiction, so let's say like something like smoking or coffee or playing a video game, the first game that you play is fun. The first time you jerk off and you watch porn, it's fantastic, right? There's no downside. Then what happens over time is we develop a tolerance to the positive. So the first cup of coffee that I drink in my life will keep me awake for 24 hours. But if I drink it every way, I develop a tolerance. This is a neuroscientific mechanism. This is also part of the reason that many people will start to watch more hardcore or extreme pornography over time, because they get desensitized or develop a tolerance.
Is he not gonna kill him?
So the second phase of addiction is sort of the
weird.
You stop enjoying it. And then the other thing that starts to happen is it suppresses our negative emotional experience. And if you really work with people who are addicted to pornography, what you'll find is that they're not actually very lustful. They use it as an emotional regulation technique. When they feel bored, when they feel sad, when they're trying to keep negative thoughts at bay, oftentimes we're not even aware of it, because men are alexithymic, which means that we are colorblind to our internal emotional state. We're so good at ignoring and shoving down our emotions, we're not even aware when we feel them.
Careful.
So a lot of that porn behavior is actually driven by negative emotions. So the real way to break free of porn addiction is, first of all, you have to do something with, so porn serves a purpose. That's why we get addicted to stuff. We will ruin our lives for an addiction not because the addiction is bad, because it's really good. So a good example of this is I had a patient who was addicted to heroin, getting fired from their job, going through a divorce, on the brink of financial ruin. Kids don't talk to them. And then I was like, bro, don't you just, like, I don't understand how you don't get this. Like, heroin is fucking ruining every dimension of your life. Why don't you just stop? And then he turned to me and he was like, well, it's because that every part of my life is falling apart that I can't stop. Heroin is the only time that my life is put together.
I'm so curious if this like is empirically backed, because this like maps onto like my understanding of addiction. I remember I used to say that like I feel like the problem with drugs is drugs are so good in that if you have the worst life ever and the best life ever, drugs would put both of those people at the exact same place. But the problem is that if your life is awesome, when you stop doing the drugs, you fall a little bit into your normal life. But if your life sucks, that's a huge chasm that you fall into. You go from, I feel so good, to like, oh my God, what is my day-to-day? Like, take every statement I say cautiously, okay? But like, I have a hard time imagining, I can even say myself or anybody else like in a really good position, like how do you get addicted to heroin? How do you get addicted to these drugs? Even if there's like pharmacological explanations for why, if your life is awesome, like you're not high anymore, you get a little bit of 70 high, it's like, okay, but then you're like back in your cool life. But bro, if you lived in like some squatter house or some shit and your body is your health is failing, you're homeless, like, bro, that's like a dark life to go back to. But it's like if you do, you know, whatever recreational drug, like you're back as good as it ever could be, right? Better than what an ordinary person would feel like. Yeah, I don't know. That's like I feel like if you're, this is what I'm saying. I've always said, like, if you want to do recreational drugs, I think doing recreational drugs as like a bonus to your life or like a fun thing, I think is fine. I mean, use responsibly, obviously. But when you are doing recreational drugs to escape, I think that's super, super, super scary because, this is why I don't like it when people do drugs every day. Because when you're escaping life with a drug, like, I mean, when you're not high anymore, what are you going to do? You're going to do the drug again.
Honestly just shouldn't try drugs.
Why would you want to go back to your shit life? You want to be high as fuck on something really nice, you know?
The rest, when I'm not high, like everything's falling apart. So for most people who are addicted, there's this.
Explain rich Hollywood druggies then. I don't know how good their lives are. Because when I'm projecting my views of like partying and everything onto these people. But like when I think of like a guy in Hollywood addicted to drugs, their lives seem really lonely. They're really rich. They have a hard time. Relating to people. Their friends and their relationships are highly transient. I don't know if they can rely on anybody around them or if it's all like snakes or like shitty agents or, you know, like, yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't seem to be that good to me. Maybe it is. Maybe there are people that enjoy that lifestyle, but that would be my first guess, is that these people's lives are actually pretty shitty. But I could be wrong. Maybe there are people that genuinely enjoy that type of lifestyle. I'm not sure.
neuroscientific component, but there's also something underlying that is driving the addiction. So you have to fix that. So whatever insecurity it is, however you manage your emotions.
Heroin makes your body physically dependent on it from the first use. You can get addicted to alcohol or other substances that are not physically addicted because you condition your body to become used to it since you are addicted to the feeling, even if your body doesn't develop physical dependence on it. Very, 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 very cautiously saying this. Do your own research. I don't believe that that's true. I think you can become addicted to heroin on the first use, but I don't think using heroin the first time you are developing a physical addiction to it that like your body needs it at the first time. I don't believe that's true. You can become addicted to a lot of things in the first use, but I don't think that that's the mechanism for heroin. I'm trying to think if does opiate withdrawal kill you? Or is it just really rough? I don't think opiate withdrawal kills you. It might. I don't remember. I know that benzodiazepine withdrawal will kill you. Absolutely. And I know that alcohol withdrawal will kill you. Absolutely. I don't think opiate withdrawal will kill you, but I think opiate withdrawal just sucks because like, bro, that depressive state. Oh my god, I can't even imagine. If the highs on heroin are even remotely similar to say, I don't know, like if I'm trying to think of like comparing it to like MDMA. If it's like even remotely similar to that, or if it's as high as that or higher than that, then like coming down off of that is going to be.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
It's going to be brutal.
Lose everything now.
Especially if your life sucks. Oh my god. And then living in that like depressive state for a while, it's just like, ugh, yeah, fuck that. Coma those people in Australia.
You can metabolize your emotions. You can hit the gym. You can go pray. You can go see a therapist. Those are all very effective. And I think like everything all together is ideal, unless something doesn't work for you, which is totally fair. And so you have to fix what's driving the underlying addiction. And if you look at the science of porn addiction, the number one thing that correlates with having a pornography addiction is a sense of meaninglessness in life. So finding purpose is a very powerful antidote.
I've done both MDMA and different opioids. MDMA is like 100 times better. Opioids just make you feel relaxed and really cozy. Is that true? When you say opioids, what kind of opioids are we talking about? Because I have heard people say that like heroin is comparable to MDMA, but like it can be better, more intense, especially if you're injecting because the high is instantaneous, probably quite intense. But I don't. I've never heard somebody say. I don't have any experience with opiates either, though, and I never took any. I got some pills for my wisdom teeth, but then we did that stream where I was gonna see how long can we suffer through the wisdom teeth pain after getting it removed, but it just wasn't that bad. I never ended up taking them. I think it was like 10 pills of hydrocodone or some shit, which is weaker than I don't remember all the strength. What is whatever pills I had, it was like 499 parts like ibuprofen, like 1 part whatever the normal hydrocodone shit or whatever they put in. Yeah, I don't know. Opiates are a class of downers as far as I know. Yeah, I believe they are. Yeah, depressants or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's good. Opiate addicts are the most boring fucks. Non-social drugs are for actual boring losers.
Shit.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I've never tried, never tried it before. I know benzo sound boring as fuck. However, for a lot of people... Wait, hydrocodone isn't an opiate, it's an opioid? Is there a difference between... I don't know anything about these class of drugs. I don't do them. All right, sorry. 4 minutes of this.
To porn addiction. And the simple way to understand that is you have to have a reason to stop watching porn. You gotta
damn, they got a 10 tray.
Otherwise, like if you're fucking sitting at home all day, like why the fuck not, right? Your brain is sitting there and it's like, we've been sitting here for 6 hours, we haven't been doing anything, let me watch some porn. And so you gotta fix whatever it is, you gotta start to get some purpose,
Did you just say
do some emotional metabolism, which is the ultimate fuel for the porn addiction. And then there's also a behavioral component of like, you know, reducing your consumption, limiting your consumption, making it so when you have an impulse to watch porn, it isn't so easy. So if you sort of have an impulse to engage in an addictive behavior, if you can create time between the impulse and the access.
Yeah, I don't want to say this because I don't know if it's true or not, but I feel like for a lot of people that do some of the downer drugs, I feel like these are people that are just like really anxious all the time in life. And if you're like a very high-strung anxious person, I could understand why doing a benzo or why doing an opiate would be like the best feeling in the world. If you're like always are anxious or always are high-strung and then you do a drug and you're just like straight chilling, I can imagine like the breather that drug would feel like. But I'm not a very anxious person generally. Or ever really. I'm pretty chill most of the time, so I just, it feels like it would just be really boring to me, but who knows?
Access, that will help a lot. And if you really think about it, people who develop technology understand this. So it used to be that I had to unlock my phone and then open an app in order to like look at cat pictures. Man. But phone developers are getting better and better and better at Face ID, thumbprint, and so now it's easy anytime we have an impulse to access it. And the more time that we delay, the more that our impulse can disappear. Or we can start to think, or we can think, okay, I don't have time for this. But like people are getting really, really good at like, I have an impulse, let me gratify it right this second. So you have to work on that too, which is like really limiting how easy it is to access porn. So this is very simple stuff. Like if you've got a Pornhub account, delete it. A log out of whatever, you know, stuff that you have so that it's not easy to access, or delete it all so it's hard to find or whatever. Like you can do all that kind of stuff and it'll help. But I think that usually working with addictions, you got to fix that underlying stuff. And the good news is that the addiction oftentimes melts away on its own if you do the rest of the work.
You gotta do the work.
You have to do the work. Absolutely, man. I think the last thing that I'll share is that in my experience, therapy is a lot of work. It's not like I mean, it's heavy, dude. It's like lifting, just lifting your emotions and lifting your thoughts, and you know, there's heavy shit down there. It takes
It's definitely easier than sparring.
God, it's so. How is he like such a child? He thinks like, and I know why he's saying this. Steven thinks that therapy is, you go to the therapist's office, you go, oh, my life is so hard, and the therapist's like, true, bro, true facts, go fucking post about it on the gram. And
I mean, that is kind of what
he's like, that's what therapy is. It's like so cringe. Ugh.
Talking about your childhood is, talking about your childhood is easier than, you know, physical.
What the fuck? How did I lose
I
points
think
after
some
that
people
battle when I
are
won?
much more comfortable with their body than they are with their emotions. Especially men.
Especially men. I was gonna say.
Vulnerability is very hard for men. Because there's ego involved.
Well,
like surrendering your ego
they got
is
rid
really
of
hard.
the join.
Like I'm not saying that sparring is easy, but I think there's plenty of people who love sparring. Like plenty of people, it's not hard. They live for it. And you know, so I don't agree with the generalization of your statement, but I completely agree that for some people, for me, sparring is harder than talking about my emotions, for sure. So in a sense, I'm proving your point. I think people are different. Does that answer the porn addiction question?
It does. It does.
Any other thoughts or questions before we wrap up for the day?
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. This is a good conversation. I need to like listen to. Yeah.
In 1956, a dispute over the Suez Canal in Egypt led to international crisis and war.
I guess, yeah.
Two fading colonial powers, Britain and France, expected an easy victory over Egypt, but were forced into a humiliating withdrawal as the world's new superpowers flexed their muscles. It was a stark sign that the age of European imperialism was over, and that a new international order had taken its place. Little remembered today, the events of 1956 had huge consequences for Britain and France, the Arab world, Israel, and the United States of America. This is the story of the Suez Crisis, whose fallout shaped world affairs for decades to come.
Okay, this is a bot. Is it just gonna keep placing? Oh, that's no good.
In 1869, world navigation was transformed by the opening of the Suez Canal. This 100-mile man-made waterway through the Egyptian desert cut 5,000 miles off the voyage from Europe to Asia, as ships no longer had to sail around Africa.
Why the fuck do people put in bots?
Its construction, overseen by French diplomat Ferdinand de Lesseps, had taken 10 years and cost the lives of many thousands of Egyptian laborers. The Suez Canal Company, which owned and ran the canal, was a private company owned by its shareholders, including French, Austrian and Russian investors, as well as the ruler or Khedive of Egypt, Ismail Pasha. In 1875, to pay off his mountainous debts, the Khedive sold his 44% share in the canal company to the British government. As the world's greatest imperial and naval power, Britain had initially opposed the canal, seeing it as a potential threat, but soon proved to be its greatest benefit. In 1956, a dispute over the Suez Canal in Egypt led to international crisis and war. Two fading colonial powers, Britain and France, expected an easy victory over Egypt.
What the fuck just happened?
Were forced into a humiliating withdrawal as the world's new superpowers flexed their muscles.
What?
It was a stark sign that the age of European imperialism was over and that a new international order had taken its place. Little remembered today, the events of 1956 had huge consequences for Britain and France, the Arab world, Israel, and the United States of America. This is the story of the Suez Crisis, whose fallout shaped world affairs for decades to come. In 1869, world navigation was transformed by the opening of the Suez Canal. This 100-mile man-made waterway through the Egyptian desert cut 5,000 miles off the voyage from Europe to Asia, as ships no longer had to sail around Africa. Its construction, overseen by French diplomat Ferdinand de Lesseps, had taken 10 years and cost the lives of many thousands of Egyptian laborers. The Suez Canal Company, which owned and ran the canal, was a private company owned by its shareholders, including French, Austrian and Russian investors,
I can get a 10 trade
as
here.
well as the ruler
Yes,
or
I get a
Khedive
10
of
trade.
Egypt,
Okay.
Ismail Pasha.
I get a 10 trade.
In
I can take out.
1875, to pay off his mountainous debts,
I can
the
take
Khedive
out,
sold his 44%
grain.
share in the canal company to the British government. As the world's greatest imperial and naval power, Britain had initially opposed the canal, seeing it as a potential threat, but soon proved to be its greatest beneficiary. 80% of the ships that used the canal were British, and it became a vital link to the British Empire's eastern colonies and the jewel in the crown, India. Control of the canal and the security of Egypt became a vital British strategic concern. In 1882, when Egyptian anger at European interference in their country exploded into a nationalist revolt, led by Colonel Ahmad Urabi, the British sent a military force to intervene. The Egyptian army was swept aside, and Egypt effectively became a British protectorate for the next 60 years. British control of the Suez Canal was a major strategic advantage in both world wars. But in the wake of victory in World War II, the British Empire was in retreat. India, Pakistan and Burma gained their independence. There were revolts against British rule in Malaya, Kenya and Cyprus.
Fuck!
Egypt had received formal independence in 1922. But Britain continued to station troops there and govern much of the country's affairs. Only in 1947 did British troops withdraw to the so-called Canal Zone, under an earlier deal with Egypt's King Farouk, that the British could keep bases there until 1956. But Egyptians were turning against Farouk. They blamed him for failing to prevent the creation of the Jewish state of Israel, and for Egypt's defeat in the Arab-Israeli war that had followed. They also blamed King Farouk for allowing British troops to remain.
Why?
I can't crochet for shit. Bad.
Damn it! Now he's gonna kill me.
I'm gonna kill you.
He's not. Alright, now he kills me?
No, no one likes you.
Yeah, now he kills me. That was such bullshit.
Did you ever eat a Jew? Did you ever eat a
Okay.
juicy burger?
Okay, weirdo. Damn. That was so fucking gay.
Did you ever ride your mom? Did you ever ride your mom down? How's Hetzla?
Bro, I don't understand how this guy was. What the fuck? That made no sense there. That.
In Egypt. And France expected an easy victory over Egypt, but were forced into a humiliating withdrawal as the world's new superpowers flexed their muscles. It was a stark sign that the age of European imperialism was over, and that a new international order had taken its place. Little remembered today, the events of 1956 had huge consequences for Britain and France, the Arab world, Israel, and the United States of America. This is the story of the Suez Crisis, whose fallout shaped world affairs for decades to come. In 1869, world navigation was transformed by the opening of the Suez Canal. This 100-mile man-made waterway through the Egyptian desert cut 5,000 miles off the voyage from Europe to Asia, as ships no longer had to sail around Africa. Its construction, overseen by French diplomat Ferdinand de Lesseps, had taken 10 years and cost the lives of many thousands of Egyptian laborers. The Suez Canal Company, which owned and ran the canal, was a private company owned by its shareholders.
What?
Anybody seeing anything? I can't even read that.
Yeah, you gotta move in close.
I can't read that at all.
Yeah, you gotta really move in close. I'm like
Did you ever eat a Jew? Did you ever eat a Jew? Did you ever eat a juicy burger?
Weirdo.
I'm upset.
We haven't been doing it in forever. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be done here soon.
Woohoo!
Not like super soon, but within at least an hour.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Bye.
Including French, Austrian and Russian investors, as well as the ruler or Khedive of Egypt, Ismail Pasha. In 1875, to pay off his mountainous debts, the Khedive sold his 44% share in the canal company to the British government.
Oh man.
As the world's greatest
This sucks
imperial and
because
naval power,
I basically just
Britain
have
had initially
Australia.
opposed the canal, seeing it as a potential threat, but soon proved to be its greatest beneficiary.
But I wanna be
80% of the
stuck in
ships that used the
Australia,
canal
but
were
it's
British,
basically mine.
and it became a
But I
vital
could see
link to
Red
the British Empire's eastern colonies.
wanting it. I guess let's
and
see
the
what
jewel
Red
in the crown, India.
makes a move for. We gotta see what Red makes a move for. Wait, what? Oh, that was Purple who made the move. I thought that it was Orange reversed. Okay, so maybe they don't want Australia. What about blue?
Control
Blue
of the
could have
canal
aligned
and the
with
security
Australia.
of Egypt
Maybe a dumb line,
became a
but-
vital British strategic concern. In 1882, when Egyptian anger at European interference in their country exploded into a nationalist revolt, led by Colonel Ahmad Urabi, the British sent a military force to intervene. The Egyptian army was swept aside, and Egypt effectively became a British protectorate for the next 60 years. British control of the Suez Canal was a major strategic advantage in both world wars. But in the wake of victory in World War II, the British Empire was in retreat. India, Pakistan and Burma gained their independence. There were revolts against British rule in Malaya, Kenya and Cyprus. Egypt had received formal independence in 1922, but Britain continued to station troops there and govern much of the country's affairs. Only in 1947 did British troops withdraw to the so-called Canal Zone, under an earlier deal with Egypt's King Farouk that the British could keep bases there until 1956. But Egyptians were turning against Farouk.
Okay, so they want in.
They blamed him for failing to prevent the creation of the Jewish state of Israel, and for Egypt's defeat in the Arab-Israeli war that had followed.
They want in.
They also blamed King Farouk for allowing British troops to remain in Egypt. In the Canal Zone, British soldiers and civilians came under attack from the increasingly hostile local population, with riots, arson and gun battles, leading the British to impose martial law. By 1952, a group of nationalist Egyptian army officers, known as the Free Officers Movement, had had enough. They seized power in a military coup. King Farouk was forced to abdicate and went to live out a luxurious exile in Italy. The following year, Egypt was declared a republic. Colonel Gamal Abdel Nasser emerged as the new leader and president of Egypt. A committed and charismatic Arab nationalist determined to free Egypt from foreign influence.
Hi.
Well, looky. What are you doing?
What the fuck? What is this?
Hi.
In the 1950s, America and the West were engaged in a standoff with the Soviet Union, known as the Cold War. A so-called Iron Curtain divided Europe between communist East and capitalist West. Around the world, each side tried to win friends and limit the other's influence. Egypt, the largest and most powerful Arab state, would be a valuable prize for either side. But which way would President Nasser turn? US President Dwight D. Eisenhower wanted to win over Nasser, but couldn't grant his request for a major arms deal. They'd most likely be used against Israel, which had many supporters in the US. The US and Britain instead offered to fund construction of the Aswan Dam, the centerpiece of Nasser's plan to modernize the Egyptian economy.
Let's see.
Britain also agreed to remove its troops from the Suez Canal zone by June 1956. But then, border tension between Israel and her neighbors boiled over as the Israeli army attacked Egyptian-controlled Gaza, killing 38 Egyptian soldiers. The Gaza raid made Nasser determined to rapidly strengthen and modernize Egypt's army.
Big alliance.
Since the US wouldn't help, Nasser turned to the Soviet bloc and signed a major deal to purchase modern tanks and aircraft from communist Czechoslovakia. The deal was seen as a huge triumph across the Arab world. Nasser further antagonized America by establishing diplomatic relations with communist China. For Eisenhower, chasing an alliance with Nasser was proving a major headache, and the US and British offer to fund the Aswan Dam was withdrawn. It was a move that would prove to have serious global repercussions that neither Britain nor America ever saw coming. On the 26th of July, 1956, Nasser stunned the world by announcing that with immediate effect, Egypt would nationalize the Suez Canal Company. We dug the canal with our lives, our skulls, our bones, our blood, he declared. The money is ours, and the Suez Canal belongs to us. We shall build the Aswan Dam our own way. If Britain and America would not fund the dam, Nasser intended to fund it himself with profits from the Suez Canal Company. His speech received an ecstatic response from the people of Egypt. Nasser's move was entirely legal. The company's shareholders would be bought out at fair prices. Yet his decision would trigger an international crisis, war, and a new era in the balance of world power. In Britain, Prime Minister Sir Anthony Eden responded with fury to what he saw as a major attack on British national interests. 15,000 ships a year came through the Suez Canal. And from the Middle East, they brought a vital resource that the British economy couldn't survive without.
Through it travels today about half the oil without which the industry of this country, of Western Europe, of Scandinavia, and of many other countries too, couldn't keep going. This is a matter of life and death to us all.
Nasser, as Eden put it, had his thumb on our windpipe. As Britain's Foreign Secretary in the 1930s and World War II, Eden had made his reputation by opposing appeasement, the policy of trying to maintain peace by giving in to the demands of dictators. But now, with poor health and frayed nerves clouding his judgment, he convinced himself that Nasser was another Hitler or Mussolini, an Arab dictator that Britain had to face down. The Egyptian president, he decided, would have to go.
No, we're gonna take the
Prime
green
Minister
kill.
Guy Mollet agreed
I had
with Eden's assessment. He had an additional reason to want Nasser gone. France was fighting a bitter war in its African colony of Algeria against nationalist rebels, trained and supplied by Nasser. Britain and France now secretly began planning a military operation to seize control of the Suez Canal, remove Nasser from power, and reaffirm their status as major global powers. That summer, under pressure from the Americans, Eden agreed to host an international conference in a last effort to find a peaceful solution to the crisis.
Lancaster House, London, naturally attracted quite a crowd on the opening day of the Suez Conference. 22 nations were represented. Only 2 countries, Egypt and Greece, had declined the invitation to the fateful meeting.
18 of the 22 nations supported Britain and France's position, that the Suez Canal be returned to international ownership. It was a move that would prove to have serious global repercussions that neither Britain nor America ever saw coming. On the 26th of July, 1956, Nasser stunned the world by announcing that with immediate effect, Egypt would nationalize the Suez Canal Company. We dug the canal with our lives, our skulls, our bones, our blood, he declared. The money is ours, and the Suez Canal belongs to us. We shall build the Aswan Dam our own way. If Britain and America would not
Bro, you're
fund
making
the
it
dam,
so that I have
Nasser
to
intended to
go
fund it
through
himself
you. I want to
with
get
profits
out of
from
here.
the Suez Canal Company. His speech received an ecstatic response from the people of Egypt.
Okay. I'm getting out of here this next round. 'Cause he is going to nuke me.
At Butte Auto, our customers, our employees, and our community are what really matters. Our investment extends to sponsoring local events, creating scholarships, and contributing to local charitable organizations. Find your next ride at ButteAuto.com.
Nasser's move was entirely legal. The company's shareholders would be bought out at fair prices. Yet his decision would trigger an international crisis, war, and a new era in the balance of world power. In Britain, Prime Minister Sir Anthony Eden responded with fury to what he saw as a major attack on British national interests. 15,000 ships a year came through the Suez Canal, and from the Middle East they brought a vital resource that the British economy couldn't survive without.
Through it travels today about half the oil without which the industry of this country, of Western Europe, of Scandinavia, and of many other countries too, couldn't keep going. This is a matter of life and death to us all.
Nasser, as Eden put it, had his thumb on our windpipe. As Britain's Foreign Secretary in the 1930s and World War II, Eden had made his reputation by opposing appeasement, the policy of trying to maintain peace by giving in to the demands of dictators. But now, with poor health and frayed nerves clouding his judgment, he convinced himself that Nasser was another Hitler or Mussolini, an Arab dictator that Britain had to face down.
Why do you think I left?
The Egyptian president, he decided, would have to go. French Prime Minister Guy Mollet agreed with Eden's assessment. He had an additional reason to want Nasser gone. France was fighting a bitter war in its African colony of Algeria against nationalist rebels, trained and supplied by Nasser. Britain and France now secretly began planning a military operation to seize control of the Suez Canal, remove Nasser from power, and reaffirm their status as major global powers. That summer, under pressure from the Americans, Eden agreed to host an international conference in a last effort to find a peaceful solution to the crisis.
Lancaster House, London, naturally attracted quite a crowd on the opening day of the Suez Conference. 22 nations were represented. Only 2 countries, Egypt and Greece, had declined the invitation to the fateful meeting.
18 of the 22 nations supported Britain and France's position that the Suez Canal be returned to international ownership. A proposal turned down flat by President Nasser. US Secretary of State John Foster Dulles told the British that nevertheless, America would not support an attack on Egypt. Dulles strongly believed that military action against Nasser would push the entire Arab world into the arms of the Soviets. Besides, President Eisenhower was running for re-election and would not welcome the distraction. It was a warning that Eden fatefully ignored. Britain and France had already chosen the path to war.
Yeah, see, I knew that was going to happen to me. That's why I left.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. Big Sky Country. This is the place that we call home. We live here. We work here. We thrive here. And this is why we serve here. No matter the season, through the smoke and flames or the snow and ice. We defend the 406.
If you're a homeowner and you're still paying for your electricity, then I've got some big news for you. Just weeks ago, the federal government passed an extension to the Solar Investment Credit, which pays homeowners an average of $13,000 to install solar panels. What's the catch? Not all homes qualify, but taking our 27-second solar quiz, you'll know instantly if your home does qualify. And that's not even the best part. Not only will this incentive cover 30% of your solar system costs, but this program is $0 down. That's right, you won't pay a penny up front. That's why you've seen so many of your neighbors going solar. So if
you don't want me to get a fucking bonus?
Save on electricity this year, then click the button below to take our 27-second solar quiz. Join thousands of homeowners that are saving upwards of 87% on their electric bills with solar. Sound too good to be true? Then put me to the test and take the quiz.
But it was not Britain or France that struck
Why
first
did
against
they?
Nasser.
Why are they mad at me?
It was Israel.
Because I took some of their territories. You knew what I was going to go do. If this guy fucking attacks me, I'm gonna lose. Yeah. Weird move. What the fuck is this guy doing? Why? Are they a bot? That seemed like some bot. What the fuck?
On the 29th of October, Israeli paratroopers landed in the Egyptian Sinai, seizing the strategic Mitla Pass and paving the way for an invasion by ground forces. At the UN, Israel insisted it was acting in self-defense against raids by Palestinian fighters known as Fedayeen, operating from bases in Gaza and Sinai.
It is determined to wipe out the bases in the Sinai wilderness from which murder and death and destruction are launched.
What the fuck is he doing?
But there were no Fedayeen bases in Sinai.
Oh, okay.
Britain and France, claiming to be acting on behalf of the international community, issued an ultimatum to both sides. stop fighting within 12 hours and withdraw all forces 10 miles from the Suez Canal, or they would intervene to enforce compliance. Egypt was effectively being told to abandon the Sinai and the canal. Israel accepted the terms. Nasser refused. So on the 31st of October, British and French aircraft, taking off from carriers in the Mediterranean and bases in Cyprus and Malta, began bombing Egyptian airfields, air defenses, and infrastructure. But not all was as it seemed. Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion had been considering an attack on Egypt for many months.
Up here and go down? No, it'd be easier if you
He was encouraged by Moshe Dayan, the hawkish commander of Israel's armed forces. Nasser, like all leaders of Arab states, did not view the new Jewish state as legitimate. Now receiving modern weapons from Czechoslovakia, he was seen as a potential threat to Israel's survival. They were also determined to end Egypt's blockade of the Straits of Tiran, which prevented Israeli access to the Red Sea and limited opportunities for trade. France wanted to ally with the Israelis to get rid of Nasser, but British Prime Minister Sir Anthony Eden was anxious about being seen as the aggressor. So the French came up with an idea. At Sèvres, near Paris, representatives of Britain, France, and Israel met in secret to plan a war. Israel would invade Egypt, allowing Britain and France, posing as peacemakers, to issue an ultimatum they knew only Israel would accept. Then, claiming to be acting to safeguard the canal, they would invade Egypt and overthrow Nasser, though they had no real plan for what to do once he was gone. It would take years for the full details of this conspiracy to emerge.
This is how older folks are getting in the best shape of their lives.
This is another part of my journey. I was on carnivore for about...
On the 5th of...
Wait, let's see. I was missing a
had
lot.
already chosen the path to war.
Do they break me? No.
But it was not Britain or France that struck first against Nasser.
Fuck.
It was Israel. On the 29th of October, Israeli paratroopers landed in the Egyptian Sinai, seizing the strategic Mitla Pass and paving the way for an invasion by ground forces.
Israel, always just bombing the shit out of people, bro. Always trying to start wars.
UN, Israel insisted it was acting in self-defense against raids by Palestinian fighters known as Fedayeen, operating from bases in Gaza and Sinai.
It was determined to wipe out the bases in the Sinai wilderness from which murder and death and destruction are launched again.
But there were no Fedayeen bases in Sinai. Britain and France, claiming to be acting on behalf of the international community, issued an ultimatum to both sides. Stop fighting within 12 hours and withdraw all forces 10 miles from the Suez Canal, or they would intervene to enforce compliance.
This is about
Egypt
to be
was effectively being told to abandon the Sinai and the canal.
Versus
Israel accepted the terms. Nasser refused. So on the 31st of October, British and French aircraft, taking off from carriers in the Mediterranean and bases in Cyprus and Malta began bombing Egyptian airfields, air defenses, and
I think everyone
infrastructure.
in here.
Ultimatum to both sides. Stop fighting within 12 hours and withdraw all forces 10 miles from the Suez Canal, or they would intervene to enforce compliance. Egypt was effectively being told to abandon the Sinai and the canal. Israel accepted the terms. Nasser refused.
You kind of fucked me here.
So on the 31st of October, British and French aircraft, taking off from carriers in the Mediterranean and bases in Cyprus and Malta, began bombing Egyptian airfields, air defenses, and infrastructure.
Let's see. Is he going for a yellow kill?
But not all was as it seemed. Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion had been considering an attack on Egypt for many months. He was encouraged by Moshe Dayan, the hawkish commander of Israel's armed forces. Nasser, like all leaders of Arab states,
I hope he can't
did
make
not
it.
view the new Jewish state as legitimate.
Oh, this is gonna be so
Now
funny if he
receiving
can't
modern
make it.
weapons from Czechoslovakia, he was seen as a potential threat to Israel's survival. They were also determined to end Egypt's blockade of
is
the
he
Straits
stupid?
of Tiran, which prevented Israeli access to the Red Sea and limited
he is
opportunities for
stupid.
trade. France
No.
wanted to ally with the Israelis
Why
to
would
get
I
rid of
attack
Nasser.
purple when I
But
can get
British
your
Prime
cards?
Minister Sir Anthony Eden was anxious about being seen as the aggressor. So the French came up with an idea. At Sèvres, near Paris, representatives of Britain, France, and Israel met in secret to plan a war. Israel would invade Egypt, allowing Britain and France, posing as peacemakers, to issue an ultimatum they knew only Israel would accept. Then, claiming to be acting to safeguard the canal, they would invade Egypt and overthrow Nasser, though they had no real plan for what to do once he was gone. It would take years for the full details of this conspiracy to emerge. On the 5th of November, after a week of bombing, and with Israeli troops winning the battle in Sinai, British and French paratroopers were dropped onto targets around Port Said and Port Fuad at the mouth of the Suez Canal. Once on the ground, they quickly seized Egyptian airfields and key infrastructure.
What is he gonna do? Is he gonna attack Red?
The next morning, under cover of airstrikes
Oh!
and naval bombardment, British and French landings began. Fierce street fighting raged throughout the day. But the Egyptians were massively outgunned, and it proved a one-sided contest. Around 600 Egyptian soldiers and police were killed. British and French deaths totaled just 26. Egyptian civilians suffered most. Up to 1,000 lost their lives, with many more left homeless by air raids and shelling. By the end of the day, the British and French were in control.
Bro, is Red a bot? No, it's not. What?
But they couldn't prevent the Egyptians sabotaging
What
the
is
Suez
Red
Canal
doing?
itself. They sank ships in its narrow channel, blocking the canal and putting it out of action
Bro, I'm
for several
killing you.
months. wasn't hard to see that the British, French, and Israelis were working together. And at the United Nations, world opinion quickly turned
Bro,
against
this
them.
game is so fucking whack. What is going on here? Alright, do I get a 10 stack? Yes. What the fuck? How? No. Does he get a trade? He does. Now he's gonna come and fuck me up. How did I not get that? Damn it. Slowly, slowly. Bro, this game. What is going on here? Alright. Oh, phew. Do I get a 10 stack? Yes. I do not understand what the
For once, the US and Soviet Union were united in condemnation. A typically animated Soviet premier, Nikita Khrushchev, even threatened to fire rockets at Paris and London. President Eisenhower thought the invasion had no moral or legal justification, and he was furious with his British ally for going behind his back.
I don't blame him.
The British and French government delivered a 12-hour ultimatum to Israel and Egypt.
No.
Now followed up by armed attack against Egypt. The United States was not consulted in any way about any phase of these actions, nor were we informed of them in advance. As it is the manifest right of any of these nations to take such decisions and actions, it is likewise our right, if our judgment so dictates, for we do not accept the use of force as a wise or proper instrument for the settlement of international disputes.
Eisenhower wanted international attention focused on Hungary, where Soviet troops were at that moment brutally crushing a popular uprising. Instead, Britain and France's reckless intervention was likely to push Arab states closer to the Soviet Union. In the UN Security Council, Britain and France used their veto to block resolutions that criticized Israel's attack on Egypt, or their own intervention. But with both world superpowers condemning their attack, they now faced a vote in the General Assembly and the threat of UN sanctions.
Hi. Well, looky. What are you doing? No.
Britain's economy had been fragile before the crisis began. Now, market fears caused the British currency to crash, threatening economic disaster. Only a massive loan from the International Monetary Fund could save Britain, but Eisenhower blocked any IMF aid until Britain agreed to a UN-backed ceasefire in Egypt. Eden, facing growing opposition abroad, at home, and from within his own government, had few options. Just 2 days after British troops landed in Egypt, they announced a ceasefire. The French, abandoned by their ally, had no choice but to follow suit. Within days, the UN's first major peacekeeping operation got underway, as Danish UN troops arrived in Egypt to take over from the British and French. As they packed up and re-embarked on their landing ships to return home, it was officially job well done.
Yes.
But in truth, Suez had been a humiliating fiasco. The political leadership had been reckless, the military objectives confused, and as soon as international pressure had mounted up, the British had had no option but to abort the entire mission. That winter, under intense American pressure, Israeli forces also withdrew from Sinai. The Suez Crisis forced Britain and France to accept that they were now second-rank powers. No longer could they act as they wished on the world stage, without first considering the view of the United States. The lesson taken by the British was never again to jeopardize their so-called special relationship with America. For France, the lesson was that Britain and America were unreliable allies, and their interests were better served by closer ties within Europe. Israel achieved some objectives, including the opening of the Straits of Tiran to Israeli shipping. But with Nasser still in power, future conflict with Egypt and its other Arab neighbors was almost certain. The Sinai War proved to be a precursor to the far more decisive Six-Day War, fought a decade later. British Prime Minister Sir Anthony Eden's career and health were ruined. He resigned, but not before lying to Parliament about his knowledge of the secret deal with Israel.
Of course Israel was involved in this, bro.
Godspeed to you all. Thank you very much.
President Nasser, fated as the hero of the Arab world for having stood up to European imperialists, had in reality been saved by US and UN intervention. But his modernizing reforms, championing of the Arab cause, and opposition to foreign intervention mean his memory is still revered by Arabs across the Middle East. The impact of the Suez Crisis on America was perhaps the most far-reaching. The collapse of British and French prestige amongst Arab nations meant the US would now take the lead in countering Soviet expansion in the Middle East and securing the West's oil supplies. The Suez Crisis would accelerate US involvement in this volatile region. The consequences would stretch well into the 21st century.
Clarifying debate over a possible war in Iraq was given an added sense of urgency to their mission.
Join the ranks of our brilliant Patreon supporters like these and get perks including early access to new videos, exclusive updates, and a vote on what we do next. Any contribution is a huge help and makes sure Epic History TV can continue making history videos. Thank you for watching.
Whoa.
What makes up a full life? Being there to lend a hand, being present while feeling our best, because your health really is your wealth. And it starts with health coverage. Find a plan during open enrollment at healthcare.gov today.
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna shop at thriftbooks.com, but there's millions of books for under $5.
Even adventures?
Adventures, fantasy, anything.
Okay, new plan.
One of our favorite shows, Squid Game, is back. Kind of. While the second season of the acclaimed Korean series is still on the horizon, the reality competition show it inspired, Squid Game The Challenge, is right now one of the most watched series on Netflix, which is very good for Netflix because they've been struggling recently and we just really wanted them to get
All right, let's see.
Netflix, we're thinking about you and we hope that it's going
Fuck!
well. Now,
I don't get a
for
10
some
stack.
people, the notion of a reality show based on the dystopian series is gross at best and a world historical instance of absolutely missing the point at worst. That's because, as many of us read it, the original series was precisely about how capitalism has created a sort of game out of our very economic survival, along with offering a critique of how debt has come to structure our economic and social realities. As the show's director said, I wanted to write a story that was an allegory or fable about modern capitalist society. Now, if for some reason you missed the original show, the gist of it was that a broke dude named Ji-Yoon gets lured into a game that offers him the opportunity to earn the sort of money that would get him out of life-destroying gambling debt and allow him to rebuild a relationship with his estranged daughter. Shout out all my gambling addicts who don't get to talk to their daughters anymore. If that's you, don't shout it out in the comments because it would make me pretty sad, but I hope things get better. But when he gets there, things are way darker than he realized, with contestants being executed when they lose games and the overall vibes turning into a gnarly state of nature in which seemingly normal people are willing to dehumanize themselves and others, all for the chance of getting out of debt and having a chance at financial freedom. I'll tell you how far I'd be willing to go. Sometimes I think that if I got hit by a car when I was walking and got really messed up, but not like permanently messed up, that it might be worth it. Now, we made a video on the original show, and the TLDR of our argument was it brilliantly highlighted how debt is not a bug, but an intentional feature of our economic and social system. We argued that the debtor and indebted relationship isn't a modern invention, but has been around at least since Christianity hit the scene. Merry Christmas to all, and to all, a good night. And we looked at how the system turns us all into a type of indebted man, a sort of human subject defined both externally and internally by our relationship to debt. But the most important thing here is that the notion of indebted folks being forced to play a brutal and dehumanizing game to have a better life was presented in the original show as a type of dystopian satire, making literal the havoc that debt is wreaking on folks all over the world. Which is why when it was announced that they were making a game show in which people would play a brutal and dehumanizing game to make millions of dollars and presumably have a better life, many folks lost their minds. It's like if you watched Office Space and then you said, I should make a reality show called the TPS Reports Challenge, where a bunch of office workers come and see who can be the best at TPS reports. The show's executive producer, Tim Harcourt, told TV Guide, for us, the anti-capitalist allegory is only one very small part of Squid Game. He also told the Daily Beast, you could criticize a Star Wars ride as ignoring the fact that Star Wars is an allegory about an uprising over an evil empire. That is one aspect of Star Wars, but that doesn't negate the possibility of deriving further stories from it. And another producer, Stephen Lambert, said, the aspect of it that made it appeal to all of us is that it's an incredible mechanism for looking at human nature under pressure. That's universal, isn't it? That sits at the heart of a lot of great drama and a lot of great unscripted shows. Also, we flipped ours. Our version is driven by opportunity rather than being driven by need. Guys, you can't make this stuff up. This is really what they said. They said the show isn't really an anti-capitalist allegory, and their show is about opportunity. Like, anytime someone in life says to you, I have a great opportunity, it's always a scam. When has there ever been an opportunity that was really an opportunity? Like, if your boss says, hey, sport, I got a great opportunity for you, it's not. But having watched all but the final episode, which actually airs the night that we're filming this, I think that the apolitical version of Squid Game, focused wholly on opportunity rather than desperation, does an even more stark job at showing the psychological and social effects of the type of alienation and competition produced by both debt and labor under capitalism. And to prove it, today I'm going to dust off our old Philosopher Reacts format to watch some clips from Squid Game The Challenge and see if the show has anything to teach us about the dehumanizing effects of a culture built on competition. So put on your green jumpsuit, get your marbles out, and let's get into this Philosopher Reacts to Squid Game The Challenge.
Bro, this is the weirdest game of
Okay, I want to
Risk
start
I've played.
with one of the first interviews that we see in the show with one of the contestants.
Who's not in debt? We're facing a recession. I mean, I had to, I'm not getting paid at work for this, but you're dreaming, you're taking a chance. What's that like to be able to pay off your house? What's that like to be able to pay off your car? I know these may be simple dreams, but what's that like? Yeah, I got my own dreams. They may not be much, but I got dreams too.
Oh my god, I find that so sad at the end when she says that she has dreams too. Now, it's weird because the producers in those quotes I read earlier tried to disconnect this show from the themes of the series. But the first interview we see is someone talking about being in debt and reflecting on the conditions in society that create and perpetuate her situation. And at least in this case, it seems pretty clear that she doesn't want to win the money so she can buy a jet ski and a Maserati. She's just trying to pay off her debt and actualize some dreams. And it seems like some of her dreams are just the ability to pay off that debt. In our original video, I talked about Maurizio Lazzarato's book, The Making of the Indebted Man. And I think some stuff he says in this book can add some context to this interview. He writes, debt creation, that is the creation and development of the power relation between creditors and debtors, has been conceived and programmed
why is he moving so
strategic
slow?
part of neoliberal politics. If debt is indeed central to understanding and thus combating neoliberalism, it is because neoliberalism has, since its emergence, been found on the logic of debt. I know I said neoliberalism a bunch there. If you're like, I don't know what that means, Michael, what are you doing? We have a video about neoliberalism. We made it quite recently. Maybe pause here and check that out and come back, especially if you're at work. Remember, we always encourage you to steal time from your employers by watching our videos, and then let us know in the comments if you are. If you think about it that way, you're getting paid to watch Wisecrack. Wow. Now, for Lazzarato, the logic of debt and our dependence on credit are just necessary parts of the neoliberal system. Now, debt benefits creditors and larger economic systems in a variety of ways, but one that relates to the logic of the show and this interview is that it takes away a certain sense of our freedom. Now, in a really literal way, we lose the freedom to do things that require money when we don't have money. For example, my student debt might keep me from being able to afford a home. So in that way, that debt puts a constraint on that freedom. But in a more existential sense, we can also lose the freedom to just dream about stuff. You know, for example, I might not be able to even dream about taking my family on a trip around the world or something because it's hard to fathom ever having enough money to do so. Now, this is why Lazzarato also writes that the debtor is free, but his actions, his behavior, are confined to the limits defined by the debt he has entered into. And of course, the premise of the original show, and to an extent this game show, is the potential to finally be free by winning. To finally have, you know, existential and social freedom by having a giant piggy bank full of money. Okay, so a lot like in the original show, a big theme here is people turning against each other, screwing each other over, and looking at all these other humans in the bunk bed warehouse as threats. Now, this is a sort of version of the type of alienation that we've talked about in the past, which is the process by which labor, and in some cases just the desire for money, can turn us against ourselves, each other, and even our humanity. Now, British art critic and philosopher John Ruskin, who was a contemporary of Marx's, was a keen observer of how the desire for wealth turns us against one another. Now, according to David Barnes, Ruskin understood that what really drove the Victorian desire to be rich was the desire to have power over others. The art of becoming rich, wrote Ruskin, was really the art of contriving that our neighbors have less. Okay, so that's why I kind of find this next part pleasantly surprising, because we see some real humanity coming through. Let's watch this.
I'm sure some of you have already thought of this, but I'm gonna pitch it anyway. Do it. Everyone takes one turn. 18, 19, 20, you guys are lucky ducks. Everyone else.
If you ever call me a lucky duck, I'll end you.
Safe, they stop there, and the next player has to overtake them and make the next decision.
Basically, teamwork makes the dream work. Or other things like that.
Let's do it. If we do that, that's fair. Everyone has a 50-50
Beautiful.
thing. Do we agree to that? Yes.
Okay, so what we see here is contestants playing this bridge game where they got to try to walk across this glass bridge. Half of the glass pieces, boom, they break and you die. Well, you don't die, but you have to leave the game. And one player proposes that rather than an every man for himself model, that each player takes just one jump and they'll have a 50-50 chance of making it. And then the next player passes them, they'll take their 50-50 jump, and so on.
We put that there, yeah.
Mobile games are going big. Clash of Clans is now available on PC with Google Play Games. Experience more ways to play and sync.
Now this means that the players would share a simple 50-50 chance of making it, and then some of the players at the end of the line wouldn't have any risk at all. And this is cool to see because at this point in the show, it felt so cutthroat. It's kind of bumming me out. So this is an instance where it seems like people wanted to work together, which might be surprising given the alienating conditions we've already talked about. In his book, Mute Compulsion, philosopher Soren Mao talks about how, according to Marx, capitalist labor can be dehumanizing. But that doesn't mean that our humanity is totally destroyed in the process. Mao writes, according to Marx, bourgeois society alienates the essence of the human being. It does not abolish it. This essence, in other words, continues to exist despite its realization being thwarted by a certain set of social relations. So thus far he's saying that bourgeois society does alienate a big part of our humanity, but it doesn't destroy it. It just means that under certain social conditions, it's hard for that humanity to come outside and play. He goes on to say, humans are treated like animals in this society, but they are not thereby transformed into animals. Their humanity, their essence, persist underneath their animal-like conditions, right? So even in conditions where we treat human beings like animals. Whether it's horrible stuff that's happening in real life or people stacked in a warehouse in a game show, that doesn't kill our fundamental humanity. It's still there. And finally, he says, what this simple analysis of the notion of alienation tells us is that it carries the idea of an unrealized potential. It implies a concept of the human essence as something which continues to exist even when a given set of social relations prevents it from unfolding. So when we think about a world of debt and necessary labor and bridges made of glass, what he's saying here is all of those alienating things might diminish or sort of suppress our fundamental humanity, but they do not destroy that humanity. And in this example, our little Squid Game players are kind of forming a cute little squid union of sorts, where they're all committing to working together for the benefit of the whole, rather than being selfish little animals that just want to win. But of course, as anyone who's existed long enough knows, nothing that's good can last, and pretty soon this magical human union is going to get ruined. Tuck in.
So they're not passing? She's not going to jump up?
I guess not. So it's her turn. But she just stands
I don't mean to call shots for anyone, but I think it's fair.
One sec. All right, best line from here. Best line from here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Three. Okay. No! Bro. And then I only get a 6. You gotta kill me first. Oh no. Oh, I should have won that one so many times. What the fuck?
One of our favorite shows, Squid Game, is back. Kind of. While the second season of the acclaimed Korean series is still on the horizon, the reality competition show it inspired, Squid Game The Challenge, is right now one of the most watched series on Netflix, which is very good for Netflix because they've been struggling recently and We just really wanted them to get a win. So Netflix, we're thinking about you, and we hope that it's going okay. Now, for some people, the notion of a reality show based on the dystopian series is gross at best and a world historical instance of absolutely missing the point at worst. That's because, as many of us read it, the original series was precisely about how capitalism has created a sort of game out of our very economic survival, along with offering a critique of how debt has come to structure our economic and social realities. As the show's director said, I wanted to write a story that was an allegory or fable about modern capitalist society. Now, if for some reason you missed the original show, the gist of it was that a broke dude named Ji-un gets lured into a game that offers him the opportunity to earn the sort of money that would get him out of life-destroying gambling debt and allow him to rebuild a relationship.
Bruh, what the fuck was that game?
With his estranged daughter. Shout out all my gambling addicts who don't get to talk to their daughters anymore. If that's you, don't shout it out in the comments.
So they basically just did what they basically just did Mr. Beast thing. I guess.
Because it would make me pretty sad, but I hope things get better. But when he gets there, things are way darker than he realized. With contestants being executed when they lose games, and the overall vibes turning into a gnarly state of nature, in which seemingly normal people are willing to dehumanize themselves and others, all for the chance of getting out of debt and having a chance at financial freedom. I'll tell you how far I
financial freedom, my only hope.
I think
fuck living rich and
that
dying
if I got
broke.
hit by a car when I was walking and got really messed up, but not like permanently messed up, that it might be worth it. Now, we made a video on the original show, and the TLDR of our argument was it brilliantly highlighted how debt is not a bug, but an intentional feature of our economic and social system. We argued that the debtor and indebted relationship isn't a modern invention.
Beginner.
At least since
yeah, I knew every single one of them seemed like beginners.
To all, and to all, a good night. And we looked at how the system turns us all into a type of indebted man, a sort of human subject defined both externally and internally by our relationship to debt. But the most important thing here is that the notion of indebted folks being forced to play a brutal and dehumanizing game to have a better life was presented in the original show as a type of dystopian satire, making literal the havoc that debt is wreaking on folks all over the world. Which is why when it was announced that they were making a game show in which people would play a brutal and dehumanizing game to make millions of dollars and presumably have a better life, many folks lost their minds. It's like if you watched Office Space and then you said,
I mean, Fear Factor was a game. So
I should make a reality show called the TPS Reports Challenge, where a bunch of office workers come and see who can be the best.
All right, what is the
show's executive producer, Tim Harcourt, told TV Guide, for us,
the
anti-capitalist allegory is only one very small part of Squid Game. He also told the Daily Beast, you could criticize a Star Wars ride as ignoring the fact that Star Wars is an allegory about an uprising over an evil empire. That is one aspect of Star Wars, but that doesn't negate the possibility of deriving further stories from it. And another producer, Stephen Lambert, said, the aspect of it that made it appeal to all of us is that it's an incredible mechanism for looking at human nature under pressure. That's universal, isn't it? That sits at the heart of a lot of great drama and a lot of great unscripted shows. Also, we flipped ours. Our version is driven by opportunity rather than being driven by need. Guys, you can't make this stuff up. This is really what they said. They said the show isn't really an anti-capitalist allegory, and their show is about opportunity. Like, anytime someone in life says to you, I have a great opportunity, it's always a scam. When has there ever been an opportunity that was really an opportunity? Like, if your boss says, hey, sport, I got a great opportunity for you, it's not. But having watched all but the final episode, which actually airs the night that we're filming this, I think that the apolitical version of Squid Game focused wholly on opportunity rather than desperation does an even more stark job at showing the psychological and social effects of the type of alienation and competition produced by both debt and labor under capitalism. And to prove it, today I'm going to dust off our old Philosopher Reacts format to watch some clips from Squid Game The Challenge and see if the show has anything to teach us about the dehumanizing effects of a culture built on competition. So put on your green jumpsuit,
No,
get your
not-
marbles out.
no, what
and
are
let's
you
get
doing?
into this Philosopher
Yes.
Reacts to
Yes.
Squid Game, the challenge. Okay, I want to start with one of the first interviews that we see in the show with one of the contestants.
Who's not in debt? We're facing a recession. I mean, I had to, I'm not getting paid at work for this, but
So this person's gonna
you're
try to take
dreaming.
out
You're taking a chance.
my fuller
What's that
next.
like to be able to pay off your house? What's that like to be able to pay off your car? I know these may be simple dreams, but what's that like? Yeah, I got my own dreams. They may not be much, but I got dreams too.
Oh my God, I find that so sad at the end when she says that she has dreams too. Now, it's weird because the producers and those quotes I read earlier tried to disconnect this show from the themes of the series. But the first interview we see is someone talking about being in debt and reflecting on the conditions in society that create and perpetuate her situation. And at least in this case, it seems pretty clear that she doesn't want to win the money so she can buy a jet ski and a Maserati. She's just trying to pay off her debt and actualize some dreams. And it seems like some of her dreams are just the ability to pay off that debt. In our original video, I talked about Maurizio Lazzarato's book, The Making of the Indebted Man. And I think some stuff he says in this book can add some context to this interview. He writes, debt creation, that is the creation and development of the power relation between creditors and debtors, has been conceived and programmed as the strategic heart of neoliberal politics. If debt is indeed central to understanding and thus combating neoliberalism, it is because neoliberalism has, since its emergence, been found on the logic of debt. I know I said neoliberalism a bunch there. If you're like, I don't know what that means, Michael, what are you doing? We have a video about neoliberalism. We made it quite recently. Maybe pause here and check that out and come back, especially if you're at work. Remember, we always encourage you to steal time from your employers by watching our videos, and then let us know in the comments if you are. If you think about it that way, you're getting paid to watch Wisecrack. Wow. Now, for Lazzarato, the logic of debt and our dependence on credit are just necessary parts of the neoliberal system. Now, debt benefits creditors and larger economic systems in a variety of ways, but one that relates to the logic of the show and this interview is that it takes away a certain sense of our freedom. Now, in a really literal way, we lose the freedom to do things that require money when we don't have money. For example,
it's
my
debt slavery.
student debt might keep me from being able to afford a home. So in that way, that debt puts a constraint on that freedom. But in a more existential sense, we can also lose the freedom to just dream about stuff. You know, for example, I might not be able to even dream about taking my family on a trip around the world or something, because it's hard to fathom ever having enough money to do so. Now, this is why Lazzarato also writes that the debtor is free, but his actions, his behavior, are confined to the limits defined by the debt he has entered into. And of course, the premise of the original show, and to an extent this game show, is the potential to finally be free by winning. To finally have, you know, existential and social freedom by having a giant piggy bank full of money. Okay, so a lot like in the original show, a big theme here is people turning against each other, screwing each other over, and looking at all these other humans in the bunk bed warehouse as threats. Now, this is a sort of version of the type of alienation that we've talked about in the past, which is the process by which labor, and in some cases just the desire for money, can turn us against ourselves, each other, and even our humanity. Now, British art critic and philosopher John Ruskin, who was a contemporary of Marx's, was a keen observer of how the desire for wealth turns us against one another. Now, according to David Barnes, Ruskin understood that what really drove the Victorian desire to be rich was the desire to have power over others. The art of becoming rich, wrote Ruskin, was really the art of contriving that our neighbors have less. Okay, so that's why I kind of find this next part pleasantly surprising, because we see some real humanity coming through. Let's watch this.
I'm sure some of you have already thought of this, but I'm gonna pitch it anyway. Do it. I love you, baby. Go on. Everyone takes one turn. 18, 19, 20, you guys are lucky ducks. Everyone else.
If you ever call me a lucky duck, I'll end you.
They stop there, and the next player has to overtake them and make the next decision.
Basically, teamwork makes the dream work. or other things like that.
Let's do it. If we do that, that's fair. Everyone has a 50-50 for the whole thing.
Do we agree to that? Yes. Okay, so what we see here is contestants playing this bridge game where they got to try to walk across this glass bridge. Half of the glass pieces, boom, they break and you die. Well, you don't die, but you have to leave the game. And one player proposes that rather than an every man for himself model, that each player takes just one jump and they'll have a 50-50 chance of making it. And then the next player passes them, they'll take their 50-50 jump, and so on. Now this means that the players would share a simple 50-50 chance of making it, and then some of the players at the end of the line wouldn't have any risk at all. And this is cool to see because at this point in the show, it felt
All right,
so
yeah, I got a 10 stack.
It's kind of bumming me out. So this is an instance where it seemed like people wanted to work together, which might be surprising given the alienating conditions we've already talked about. In his book, Mute Compulsion, philosopher Soren Mao talks about how, according to Marx, capitalist labor can be dehumanizing. But that doesn't mean that our humanity is totally destroyed in the process. Mao writes, according to Marx, bourgeois society alienates the essence of the human being. It does not abolish it. This essence, in other words, continues to exist despite its realization being thwarted by a certain set of social relations. So thus far he's saying that bourgeois society does alienate a big part of our humanity, but it doesn't destroy it. It just means that under certain social conditions, it's hard for that humanity to come outside and play. He goes on to say, humans are treated like animals in this society, but they are not thereby transformed into animals. Their humanity, their essence, persist underneath their animal-like conditions, right? So even in conditions where we treat human beings like animals, whether it's horrible stuff that's happening in real life or people stacked in a warehouse in a game show, that doesn't kill our fundamental humanity. It's still there. And finally, he says, what this simple analysis of the notion of alienation tells us is that it carries the idea of an unrealized potential. It implies a concept
Unrealized
of the
potential.
human essence as something which continues to exist even when a given set of social relations prevents it from unfolding. So when we think about a world of debt and necessary labor and bridges made of glass, what he's saying here is all of those alienating things might diminish or sort of suppress our fundamental humanity, but they do not destroy that humanity. And in this example, our little Squid Game players are kind of forming a cute little squid union of sorts, where they're all committing to working together for the benefit of the whole, rather than being selfish little animals that just want to win. Of course, as anyone who's existed long enough knows, nothing that's good can last, and pretty soon this magical human union is going to get ruined. Tuck in.
So they're not passing? She's not gonna jump up?
I guess not. So it's her turn.
Mm-hmm.
She just
I don't
stands
mean to call shots for anyone, but I think it's fair if someone else steps up.
Hashtag the you talking challenge in your own life, you know, find someone you can turn to and say, you talking? It's so intense.
Oh my gosh.
So again, this guy we're looking at, he already jumped once. He shouldn't have to jump again.
No!
And then he falls!
Damn.
And you know, we didn't have a chance to watch the whole show together.
No.
He was one of the good ones. He's a nice guy. He came on the show with his mom. That's a nice story. So they only get 3 players into the plan before 278 decides that she's not participating, which then forces the player ahead to take a second jump, which means that his odds go from 1 in 2 to 1 in 4. And as you see, it didn't turn out so well for him. And what we see here is a quick dropping of this kind of human logic of participating in a shared strategy and a return to this more animalistic, dehumanized logic of every man for himself, all-out competition. And you know, it's even worse that 278 makes that selfish move after already benefiting from the selflessness of those ahead of her. Now, Ruskin also talked about how under capitalism, the economics of labor has an inherently dehumanizing effect. According to Chris Gallardi, Ruskin's primary critique was that political economy strips the study of production and consumption of their human elements, with disastrous moral and material results. The idea here is that the way we think about economics and the way we think about values in economics, like what's good and what's bad, just gets stripped of humanity, and we get what he calls disastrous moral and material results.
Grammarly now uses AI to help you write, not just revise. Type a prompt and generate a persuasive, mistake-free draft in seconds, personalized to your unique writing style. Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
It's okay. I'm here. It's been a while since you've had one of those nightmares. Tell me, what was it about?
It's only fragments. Nothing's clear. We've been fighting the Harkonnens for decades.
Look!
My family's been fighting them for centuries.
Your blood comes from dukes and great houses. Here, we're equal. What we do for the benefit of all.
Well, I'd very much like to be equal to you.
We do. Meaning people do stuff like say that they're going to commit to the plan and then break the plan because all they can focus on is the idea of getting money at the end of the thing. So what happens just a couple minutes later, I think is even more instructive and made me even more pissed off.
Are they moving back there, or are they coming in?
So 278 finally jumps. She makes it. It's fine. She does a little dance. And then the first thing she says is, "One of y'all need to pass me up. I ain't hopping down the goddamn bridge." She immediately demands that someone do the thing that she wouldn't do. But then everyone else is celebrating it. And it seems like in that moment they kind of forget about the way in which one player broke this commitment to teamwork and just someone else over for their gain and just kind of celebrates it. And this makes me think of how systems that are grounded in competition can sometimes force us to quickly forget when unethical or exploitative things happen, as long as those things directly benefit us. Like in this case, the vibe quickly goes from, we had a collective ethical agreement and this one player broke it, to, oh hell yeah, we might get the giant ball of money. Oh my god, money is so good. It's my god. I worship money. I lick money. I need money. I wish money was inside of me. You know, that sort of thing. And I don't know, I was thinking about this when researching for this video, and I kind of wanted to find, you know, a philosopher or a theorist talking about like the amnesia of collective memory, the way in which as groups and as societies, we sometimes sort of selectively forget really odious things that happen when those things benefit us. I couldn't find anything exactly on that. I know a lot of you are very smart. Most of you, all of you are very smart. Some of you are researchers. If anyone knows anything, let me know. Would love to read something about that. Now, Ruskin, in a way that sort of complements Marx's critique of alienated labor, describes what happens like this. He says, divided into mere segments of men, broken into small fragments and crumbs of life, so that all the little piece of intelligence left in a man,
he might kill me,
to make a pin. The idea there being that we're so divided and broken down under these systems of labor,
he kills
that
me.
we kind of lose the ability to be fully human, right? And of course, I know that doing Squid Game stuff on a Netflix show is not the same as working at a textile mill in 19th century England or something like that. But I think there's something similar happening where the pressure to survive exhausts the humanity of the contestants. I think it's fair to assume that in their day-to-day lives, these folks might not be so cutthroat, but under these conditions, elements of their humanity have been exhausted. Like I was thinking about this the other day. When someone has to fire a bunch of people at a company, now I've never had to do that. I don't know if I have it in me. But my initial reaction is like, oh, how evil that someone could just look at a bunch of names on a spreadsheet and, you know, be on with it. But I guess it's not that they're bad people. They're just in a system that has reduced the humanity of others such that what matters is the profit-seeking mechanism and not those people. If you're someone that's ever had to fire people, let us know how it feels in the comments. I'm not trying to be mean to you. I imagine it feels really bad. But that's kind of what I'm thinking of here. Now, unless you think that Ruskin is one of these annoying people that thinks that you're not allowed to have nice things, he does think that there's a good type of wealth. Now, of course, the wealth we get via exploiting people is hollow, but there's one that he thinks is worth pursuing. He writes this in his book, Unto This Last. He says, there is no wealth but life. Life including all its powers of love, of joy, and of admiration. That country is the richest, which nourishes the greatest numbers of noble and happy human beings. That man is richest, who having perfected the functions of his own life to the utmost, has also the widest helpful influence, both personal and by means of his possessions, over the lives of others. And while there's a lot of dehumanizing stuff in the show, there's a lot of really nice moments of people hanging out together in the dorms and forming bonds and crying and hugging and all that sort of stuff. And I think what Ruskin offers here is a really good counter to the dehumanizing and alienating forces of labor that's wholly focused on profit. And reminding us that there's types of wealth and ways to pursue life that aren't just about the giant piggy bank full of money. And also, I wonder if that's why there's gonna be a second season of the original Squid Game, because the guy that wins gets all that money, but at the end he seems like he's like, this money, I'm taking this system down. Okay, so to wrap up, let's ask a question. Is Squid Game the Challenge on par with the original show? Absolutely not. It's an exploitative and vapid reality show that attempts to turn a forceful critique of life under capitalism into a celebration of free market competition and the opportunity to selfishly plot the downfall of others. But I do think the show, at least inadvertently, goes even further than the original in showing how quickly systems based around competition, especially with money as the result, can lead to dehumanization and alienation. In this way, the show might be more similar to our own labor conditions than we might realize.
There is no other disease I can think of where people just expect you to fix it yourself, just like bootstrap your way out of being 400 pounds.
You can't, and you shouldn't.
And if motivation was all it took for me to lose weight, look, I'd be skinny.
As a health advocate for my patients, my message is that obesity is not something you have to deal with alone.
Now please visit us online.
No, you
at
moved down.
I
opened it up.
Instagram at It's Bigger Than.
At Boar's Head, our roasted red pepper
Unless if
hummus
this guy
is
is
in a class of its
greedy.
Fire roasted and mixed with vibrant spices to achieve the perfect balance of texture and flavor. Roasted red pepper hummus from Boar's Head. Compromise elsewhere.
Now, we probably don't live and work in a massive warehouse where we have to choose a random person to sacrifice so that more money ends up in a giant ball we might have access to in the future. But we might feel like if we throw a coworker under the bus, that it could curry favor with our bosses and give us a higher chance of getting a raise. Or maybe sometimes we're jealous over new hires to the company because we convince ourselves that they're gonna cut the line and get our promotion, the one we rightly deserve. Now, if this is the case, it's not because you're a bad person. We think stuff like this because we work in systems that benefit precisely from this sort of dehumanizing competition. Because when you see your coworkers as competitors, well, you're gonna work harder to win, all the while being a more efficient profit-producing machine for the corporation. A corporation which, to be fair, likely does see you as just a number on a spreadsheet, kind of like how these contestants have numbers on jumpsuits. And you know, if you fought against that and you did work to humanize yourself and your coworkers, well, then you might do something crazy, like, I don't know, getting together, talking about your shared struggles at work, realizing you could get more done collectively, forming a union. I don't know. I didn't say it. You didn't hear it from me, folks. You didn't hear it from me. Don't do that. Just listen to your boss, okay? Your boss is your daddy and your mommy and your God. Everything they say is good, okay? You didn't see Jesus out here starting unions on Christmas, you know what I mean? But it really stood out to me that the people on the show were so likely to throw others under the bus to increase the overall prize pot, while they were statistically very unlikely to ever reap the rewards of this behavior. Because basically every time someone gets kicked out, they put $10,000 more in the giant bucket in the sky. And again, this isn't too far removed from the systems we live in, where we're often aiming at some magical ball of money in the future that we'll eventually get if we just work hard and people over. But it's hard to blame folks for playing by the rules of the game, especially when the game is being run by just big, dumb idiots. Now, writing for Tribute, Ben Granger says that Ruskin notes that the word idiot comes from a Greek root signifying an individual with no use to state or society, and hoarding their wealth into pools of dead water. The capitalist is being both unproductive and idiotic in the true sense. We are literally ruled by idiots. So here Ruskin is describing capitalists that just hoard money and do nothing else, and probably sit on the boards of corporations, and they're just idiots. And they're in charge of us. Now, the last thing I'll note, and this is something that's been pointed out by a lot of reviewers of the show, is the fact that the original series showed that the games had an audience. And their audience was a group of rich, ugly, gross Americans who flew in just to watch indebted folks risk their lives and kill their friends for the sake of money. And in this case, it's hard not to then think about who the audience is for this show, why they enjoy it so much, and what ethical implications might be gleaned from those of us finding so much joy.
Give me a second. I will attack Red.
But that's all for now. I need to get home so I can get ready to watch the finale of the one truly ethical reality competition show, Bachelor in Paradise. But hey, what do you guys think? Have you watched the show? If so, let us know what you think. I'd love to know if you think I'm reading too much into this. Is the show telling us something, even if unintentionally? Are you excited for another season of the original Squid Game? I'd love to hear about it. Thank you so much to the contestants of our good-natured and very human game called Patreon. They're our patrons, and we really appreciate you. Your support means a lot to us. If you're interested in joining this esteemed group, there's a link in the description. Why did you do that? You basically give us a little bit of money, you get some extra stuff in return. It helps us. Thank you for even thinking about it. Now, if you're so alienated by debt in the world around us that you can't even fathom paying money to us for extra stuff, I totally get it. So thank you for being here, for watching, for listening, for clicking, liking, subscribing, leaving comments, ringing bells. All that stuff really helps a lot when we are existing in a sort of a digital media Squid Game that seems impossible to win. In the meantime, I don't know, be nice to people, enjoy reality shows, and wear matching tracksuits with your coworkers and take pictures of it and send them to us. I'll see you next time.
Mobile games are going big. Play the official PC version of Clash of Clans with Google Play Games. Download and play today.
This is shitty.
We're going to list these 10 permanently banned channels, from smallest to largest, explaining what they did, beginning with the most unlikable channel in YouTube history called It's Owen. You might recognize the channel from his notoriously terrible intros.
Like this video and subscribe right now, or this spider will put on your ear whilst you're asleep tonight.
Always placed after shameless clickbait like Charli D'Amelio is dying today. On top of this, Owen relentlessly clickbaited fake Mr. Beast scenarios. However, after Technoblade's passing on the 30th of June 2022, It's Owen took his scumbaggery to a point of no return. He'd upload a video titled Mr. Beast Final Goodbye to Technoblade, with the introduction stating this:
"This is Mr. Beast's final goodbye to Technoblade and their last time playing Minecraft together."
Although the video showed nothing more than Technoblade playing Minecraft and a completely fabricated Mr. Beast tweet. The video received over 800,000 views in under 24 hours, yet with a top comment reading, "The amount of disrespect this guy guy has is unlike anything I've ever seen before. Complete and utter shame, he was about to face some serious backlash.
Just awful garbage. I have more respect for shit stains in a gas station urinal than I do for Owen.
YouTubers clickbaiting Technoblade's death for views has made me lose all faith in humanity. It's just so messed up, which is followed by another tweet from Owen himself. At Team YouTube, my YouTube channel with 3.5 million subs just got terminated. Please help me get it back. I'm so depressed right now, I don't know what to do. After YouTube then responded, Owen doubled down by stating, I never received any community guideline strikes, so I didn't know what I was doing was violating the guidelines. If I received just one strike, that would have been enough for me to realize what I did was wrong. Please give me another chance. I'm so depressed right now, it's my only income. Owen then made another 2 tweets displaying how desperately he wanted his account back, although Team YouTube concluded their thread by stating, update, we've reviewed your account and confirmed that your channel was correctly suspended due to explicit content. Note that you will not be able to access or create any other YouTube accounts, although while everybody was happy to witness Owen's ban, Steve Will Do It's termination was a bit more controversial. Steve had always been on YouTube's radar for his unconventional style of content, eating challenges, prank videos, and beginning in 2021 sponsored gambling uploads, for which he was being paid more than $1 million a month. It's therefore no surprise that Steve lent into this type of content, even picking up a sponsorship from Stake, until he made one simple error undoing everything that he'd worked for. YouTube has an extremely strange rule where you're allowed to say the name of any gambling website, but you can't show the URL of the website with the .com included. Well, in June 2022, Steve uploaded a gambling video like any other, although the URL had been left in as his editor forgot to blur it. Despite Steve having no strikes on any of his channels, YouTube made the choice to permanently delete all of them.
I'm allowed to say I'm playing the website, but they would go to deleting my entire main channel because on my second channel, it wasn't fully blurred.
After which Steve said this.
They called me the day of deletion and it was a girl. She seemed pretty stoked I was getting deleted. And I was like, she seemed happy. And I was with me and my editor and we're like, bro, like, she's happy.
As a result, the Nelk boys were warned about filming with him.
They basically said, like, your channel's going to be deleted if Steve's in your videos.
Which might be harsher treatment than that given to Leafy. Between 2013 and 2016, Leafy built a reputation for uploading edgy content, which flowed well with YouTube's zeitgeist at the time. However, between 2017 and 2020, Leafy went on hiatus before returning with a pretty controversial approach. He'd upload a video titled Content Nuke Pokimane, in which he'd offer pretty reasonable criticism.
80% of Pokimane streams is just her watching videos, adding actually nothing to what she's watching whatsoever.
However, he'd then go on to upload 12 different videos, clickbaiting Pokimane in the title and thumbnail, while talking about unrelated topics in the video itself, such as finance and investing.
Of his last 15 videos, 12 of them were on Pokimane. Having 12 videos all insulting Pokimane in the title and thumbnail, that's viewed as harassment by YouTube.
Despite having no prior strikes on his channel, Leafy woke up to a permanent ban for creating content designed to harass, bully, or threaten. He'd take to Twitter stating, "Morning at Team YouTube, my channel was suspended yesterday. Curious if there's anything I could do to get it reinstated, or if there's any statement on this you could give on this." However, despite his tweet, Leafy seemed pretty unconcerned about having his channel deleted.
If I am going to be banned, like, so be it. The website is shit. What else is there? Like, there's nothing else needed to be said.
Pokimane took to Twitter stating, "I know I'm going to get asked this, so I'd like to clarify I had nothing to do with Leafy's ban," before adding, "Don't want my silence to leave room for assumptions." Leafy's ban was bound to happen eventually. However, someone whose termination was a little more surprising was that of Kabi Lami. He gained 100 million TikTok followers in less than 5 months, and with YouTube launching their own Shorts program, Kabi started posting across the 2 platforms. His notoriously funny skits exploded on YouTube as they had on TikTok, giving him over 800 million views and 2 million subscribers during his very first month on the platform. This was then followed by another 800 million views in the next month, and after only 4 months of uploading to YouTube, Kabi Lami had racked up 2.4 billion views and 5.2 million subscribers. He was then banned permanently. Why? Well, you see, this wasn't actually Kabi Lami. It was an impersonator who was simply reposting his content to YouTube. He'd gained 2.4 billion views before YouTube ever realized, and this wasn't the only account doing it. Only 5 days beforehand, YouTube had banned another Kabi Lami impersonator with 4.84 million subscribers, after which YouTube found a third impersonator who'd gained over 100 million views in a matter of days before they were also banned. As a result, Kabi began uploading content to his own official channel, which remains very much active, unlike JStation. His termination began with a video titled "My Girlfriend Alexia Died, Rest in Paradise," in which he'd state the following.
This is fucked up. We lost Alexia to a drunk driver, guys. She was on the way to pick up something for our video we were making on our second channel, Dream Team. She got it, guys.
As mentioned, JStation's girlfriend had apparently died in a car crash.
Let's watch this.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support the channel, join the Discord, and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
I'm going to give you an assignment. I want you to write a theme.
Ah, school. Every young person's favorite place. From the long, windowless hallways, to the congealed macaroni and expired milk, to the catchy songs to remember what to do in a school shooting scenario, the United States is truly unrivaled in our educational experience. It's probably perfectly normal that the top 2 emotions kids report feeling in school are stressed and bored, and that a full 75% of all emotions expressed about school are negative. This is a big problem, and it's getting worse. What's going on here? Why is American schooling so terrible?
In this school, self-esteem will be attained in only one way: racism. And you will address all teachers by the N-word. The school's clubs will be based on Nazism. I will club all teachers who teach global warming. If you leave this school without being murdered or enslaved, this school will have failed.
That's part of your answer right there. Very real and totally unedited video of Dennis Prager aside, we do need to talk about some troubling developments in American education before we can talk about the US approach as a whole. In the last 40 years or so, American politics, and by extension the public consciousness, has moved further and further to the right. We've done a few videos on this phenomenon in the past, which I recommend you watch if you haven't already. But the gist of it is that as our elected officials, media, and economic policy have become more extreme in their devotion to the free market, it's caused certain consequences throughout society. The main one is the cutting of corners in order to secure greater profits. That's the prime directive of capitalism: make more this year than you did last year. The problem with that approach, besides the whole capitalism thing in general, is that there's only so much fat you can trim, only so many people you can fire, only so many benefits you can strip away, only so much funding you can withhold before things start to fall apart. This has been the case in everything from infrastructure, where things are literally falling apart, to manufacturing, to the supply chain, and the topic of this video, to education. American public schools are drastically underfunded. The undermining of public education as an unbearable expense is par for the course under a capitalist regime. Performance is suffering, they say, as if cutting investments for safe learning environments or school lunches isn't causing those very problems they're using to justify more spending cuts. That's old news, though. Free market acolytes have been trying to defund public schools for years. What's new, though, is a massive surge of right-wing ideology into education. Let's talk about PragerU. PragerU, short for Prager University, is a conservative nonprofit and media outlet founded by Alan Estrin, a nobody screenwriter, and Dennis Prager, a conservative talk show host. The organization is known for peddling misleading and often straight-up false information in their various online series. But more importantly, they're very popular, with nearly 3.2 million subscribers on YouTube, slick animations, charismatic hosts, and tens of millions of dollars at their disposal. It's not hard to see why PragerU is a household name.
For boosting blood flow naturally, 3 key pillars of natural compounds are of paramount importance. Number 1, human research out of Albany College found that the simple combination of vitamin C and garlic together produced an instant whopping 200% increase in the body's natural NO production. Number 2, another important find is that the little known ingredient horse chestnut extract can massively boost NO production and blood flow in the body. The last ingredient I found was Vasodrive AP. Clinical research on Vasodrive AP has shown that it normalizes blood pressure, maintains both systolic and diastolic blood pressure, and promotes arterial elasticity. When you use all these natural ingredients daily,
Most of the outlet's name recognition stems from their incredibly popular and easily digestible 5-minute videos, each of which reportedly cost about $30,000 to make. These short videos tackle hot-button political, cultural, and economic topics, with such esteemed hosts as Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and Dave Rubin. PragerU has been criticized for their denial of climate change, revisionism in regards to slavery and the history of fascism, their inhumane stance on immigration, and their generally bigoted behavior towards minority groups. But none of that really affects them. Why? They have money, they're incredibly prolific, and they don't challenge the status quo. All of these factors have led PragerU to their latest expansion project, PragerU Kids, putting their brand in front of your children's eyes in the classroom. Their videos being widely shared among Wine Mom Facebook groups was great and all, but they've been lacking the academic credibility that Prager University implies. Until now. In 2023, Florida, to no one's surprise, officially became the first state to accept PragerU as an educational vendor, stating that the organization's content, quote, aligned with the state's revised civics and government standards. If you're wondering what those revised standards are, that would be fascist governor and presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis' handiwork. DeSantis has been on a crusade to purge Florida schools of woke rhetoric, ban books, and root out teachers who are supposedly teaching things like critical race theory, which is a thing, but it's a very niche field of study at the university level. It's not taught in grade school anywhere in the country. Anyway, Florida is leading the charge to put PragerU in schools. Oklahoma followed a couple months ago. Not to be outdone, my home state of Texas, where our leadership recently revised textbooks to say that Native Americans just kind of got up and left, is also considering approving PragerU. The organization has been registered as an educational vendor in the state, but has not yet been approved by the Board of Education. Thankfully, teachers in all these states have at least put up a fight, recognizing that there is next to zero educational value in the PragerU Kids charismatic hosts, and tens of millions of dollars at their disposal. It's not hard to see why PragerU is a household name. Most of the outlet's name recognition stems from their incredibly popular and easily digestible 5-minute videos, each of which reportedly cost about $30,000 to make. These short videos tackle hot-button political, cultural, and economic topics, with such esteemed hosts as Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and Dave Rubin. PragerU has been criticized for their denial of climate change, revisionism in regards to slavery and the history of fascism, their inhumane stance on immigration, and their generally bigoted behavior towards minority groups. But none of that really affects them. Why?
Although I don't really like
money,
PragerU.
They're incredibly prolific, and they don't challenge the status quo. All of these factors have led PragerU to their latest expansion project, PragerU Kids, putting their brand in front of your children's eyes in the classroom. Their videos being widely shared among Wine Mom Facebook groups was great and all, but they've been lacking the academic credibility that Prager University implies. Until now. In 2023, Florida, to no one's surprise, officially became the first state to accept PragerU as an educational vendor, stating that the organization's content, quote, aligned with the state's revised civics and government standards. If you're wondering what those revised standards are, that would be fascist governor and presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis' handiwork. DeSantis has been on a crusade to purge Florida schools of woke rhetoric, ban books, and root out teachers who are supposedly teaching things like critical race theory, which is a thing, but it's a very niche field of study at the university level. It's not taught in grade school anywhere in the country. Anyway, Florida is leading the charge to put PragerU in schools. Oklahoma followed a couple months ago. Not to be outdone, my home state of Texas, where our leadership recently revised textbooks to say that Native Americans just kind of got up and left, is also considering approving PragerU. The organization has been registered as an educational vendor in the state, but has not yet been approved by the Board of Education. Thankfully, teachers in all these states have at least put up a fight, recognizing that there is next to zero educational value in the PragerU Kids curriculum. And for more on the academic side of PragerU's operation, check out Zoe B's excellent video on the subject. Despite the best efforts of Florida, Oklahoma, and Texas teachers, PragerU has continued to weasel its way into our children's classrooms. Okay, so teachers can show PragerU videos in school and hand out boring little worksheets.
I'm not fucking attacking
Well,
Pink.
besides the fact that their content is absolute
perfectly
garbage on an
fine where I
educational
am.
level, again, see Zoe B's
You
video
attack
for a
Pink.
30-minute rundown. The more concerning thing is that this gives us a good idea of the trajectory of American schooling. Let me explain. Rewind to the 80s. Big hair, boxy cars, and unfortunately, Ronald Reagan.
Ah. Not Otto, Ronald Reagan.
Mobile games are going
Otto.
big. Clash of Clans is now available on PC with Google Play Games. Experience more ways to play and sync your in-game progress between your PC and mobile devices. Build your village, raise a clan, and compete in clan wars on a bigger screen. Get started by downloading Google Play Games today.
So Acorn is a financial tech company. So I bought everyone's gifts today with my new Acorn Mighty Oak card. Yeah. The financial tech company that I invested in a couple of years ago. And after the investment, we started thinking about ways, well, what can we do for the people, for the consumers, that we could maybe create a debit card? Because usually debit cards are created for spending. In this case, of the highest APYs out there, 3% for checking, 5% for emergency fund. And I wish back in my $7 days when I had $7 that I had a card.
In April of 1983, a commission formed by Reagan's education secretary released a now infamous report. It was titled A Nation at Risk, The Imperative for Educational Reform. The report stated, quote, "Our once unchallenged preeminence in commerce, industry, science, and technological innovation is being overtaken by competitors throughout the world. If an unfriendly foreign power had attempted to impose on America the mediocre educational performance that exists today, we might well have viewed it as an act of war." Based on cherry-picked data designed to yield Reagan's desired result, the document was used as justification to launch a 40-year war on the public education system. Now, it could have been worse, as Reagan had wanted to do away with the Department of Education entirely and privatize the whole thing. Thankfully, that didn't happen. But what did happen was still pretty bad. It began with using the document's findings, again based on bad data and faulty reasoning, to denigrate the public school system and government more generally. Conservatives had wanted to gut public education in favor of charter schools for some time, and this gave them the false legitimacy that began to resonate with white suburbanites. Vocational schools were left to rot, neither party willing to stand up for useful, hands-on training for kids who weren't able or didn't want to go to college. That avenue shriveled up and died, leaving millions of American students without the means to find societally beneficial work. Standardized test scores became the sole factor that determined whether a school was seen as good or bad. Anything that was seen as taking attention away from improving test scores, home economics, recess, the arts, after-school programs, they all became the first to get the axe when a school was deemed to be struggling. This trend has continued, from Bush's No Child Left Behind, to Obama's Race to the Top, to the recent push to purge schools of the incredibly vague woke ideology that's hiding in every literature or theater class. The report also had the effect of placing the blame on teachers, the poorly paid heroes who do the thankless work of educating the next generation. From the moment the report was released, teachers became the scapegoat for every academic failing, rather than the systemic economic issues which were caused by the very government that commissioned the bogus report. This trend has also continued to the modern day, with far-right culture warriors accusing teachers of poisoning the minds of students with their radical left agenda. You can draw a straight red line from Reagan's report to the war being waged for American education today. But a lot of this is on the cultural side of things. Yes, it's bad that the far right is trying to do book burnings and force students to conform to some weird patriotic ideology.
What do you
Yes,
mean?
it's bad that PragerU is allowed anywhere near a school classroom. But that doesn't get to the core issue of American education. Under a capitalist system, where the prime directive is the profit motive, the accumulation of capital, what good is a well-funded school system if it does not produce the maximum number of exploitable workers? It's fun to bash Reagan, and he was genuinely terrible, but really, we can trace a lot of modern schooling's failings all the way back to the Industrial Revolution and the birth of capitalism itself. This is a massive topic, so I'm going to leave a bunch of resources in the description if you'd like to learn more. But here's the short version. Feudalism slowly gives way to capitalism. Hooray, new merchant class, upward mobility for some. Things are going great. We love money. Now we've got some new machines and we need people to keep them running. Let's bring all the workers from the countryside into the city to work in our factories. Oh wow, this is even better. We're making so much money. But some of these guys are getting a little full of themselves and demanding more pay. Let's hyper-specialize these jobs. That guy inserts the bolt, the next guy screws it down, nobody has the full set of skills to produce the end product. Now we're talking, these people have nothing to bargain with anymore. We can pay them less and fire them if they complain. It's easy to train a new bolt turner. Get the picture? Each step taken by the capitalist class has been calculated to increase the exploitability of labor. The same is true of pretty much everything in a free market economy. Education has an asterisk attached, though. We don't live in a world of giant factories and brute force production anymore. We need to compete on a world scale in arenas like physics, aerospace engineering, global logistics. These things require serious education and training. So why would we shoot ourselves in the foot by cutting costs and not investing in future engineers and physicists? Well, it goes back to the profit motive.
Hey everybody, it's Emery again with Ultra Sabers, and I'm here today to introduce you guys to the newest addition to the Ultra Sabers family, and that is
Damn, I fucked up.
Now, we are super excited to be able to bring this
I
model
fucked
to
up.
you
I
guys
should've-
as soon as we are. I'm sure the Saber enthusiasts out there will
Not.
recognize
I should have
the
attacked.
inspiration
Boom.
behind this model.
That was
If you don't
stupid.
recognize it, I'm sure they'll fill you in the comments and on the forums. So
But at
don't
least
worry.
I have.
I'm sure it's there
He
already.
has a.
So, yeah, we are
set.
super excited that we could bring this model to you guys. And let's get right to it.
I
Let's
have
go
a
over the
shit
features
set.
on the Fallen. So, top to bottom, here on the emitter, we got the windows here. Loud. And that, of course, is the sound of the best soundboard on the market, the Obsidian USB. But back to it, these windows here that let the light out are on both the front and the rear. So you have windows in the emitter on the front and the rear. And then we have this accent button here. This is actually on the front and the rear as well. So
I
you
done
got
fucked up.
the windows and the accent button on the emitter. And then moving on down to the body, this grip here.
I
I'm not sure if you can
should
see
have
the
went
texture on
boom,
it. I'm sure you can see
boom.
it in the pictures though, if it's not showing up in the video. But this is one of the most comfortable grips on any body amongst Ultra Sabers that I've felt. It is extremely comfortable in your hand. You guys are going to be very happy with how this one feels. I feel like just it's one of those sabers that you just want to pick up just to hold it and feel it in your hands. But yeah, so the texture on the grip is very grippy. So you guys are definitely going to like this. And moving on down to the CoverTech wheel, each and every Fallen will come with the CoverTech wheel to match the anodize on the hilt and then the pommel. So this pommel is actually pretty unique, and it does create a nice resonance chamber for the sound. Here, there, loud. So it's going to actually help with the volume on the Fallen. So, what else do we got? So let's go over the two versions of the emitter. So, got the combat rated version here, and we have the standard version. So first, I want to let you guys know what the difference is technically. The standard version, these fins are held in place with pins. So pins hold these to the emitter. On the combat rated version, these fins are held in place with screws that are hidden behind these accent pieces on the emitter. So these are, the fins are held firmly in place with screws. And on the standard version is held in place with fins. Neither one is flimsy. I mean, these are solidly on here. So these are just held in place with screws. So practically, what does that mean? If you are going to be fighting full force with adult men or women, we do recommend that you get the combat rated version. If there's a chance that someone is going to hit your fins with the blade full
I
force,
should have put it up here.
we do recommend that you get the combat rated version. This is going to withstand that. If you're just using this for cosplay, with spinning, what else we got here? Just to add to your collection, then this is going to be great. And again, this is more true to the inspiration behind the hilt. But I personally do really like these accent pieces on the combat rated version. It's just my personal preference. It just, to me, they look cool. They add a nice flair to the hilt. But again, more true to the.
All right, he is.
What will yield the quickest return on investment? A kid who goes to a well-funded school, graduates, goes into massive debt to earn a degree in quantum computing, and maybe lands a job in their niche? Or a million docile, conditioned little worker drones who understand that the bell means get to work, your teacher is the boss, no socializing allowed, and is trained to regurgitate information that doesn't really matter? That sounds like a good little Best Buy worker to me. Or food service, or a call center. We have a service economy in the United States. 80% of jobs in this country are part of the service industry. We don't need well-funded public schools. If we want a particle physicist, we'll pluck some kid from a nice private school and make sure he ends up in the right university. The ruling class, of both parties by the way, understands that in an economy based entirely on consumption, we just don't need to waste money on producing the finest students in the world. There's a reason the US's global educational standing is slipping, particularly in math and science. There's a reason countries like China, which do not subscribe to a free market ideology, are thinking long-term, producing well-equipped graduates, and are now able to challenge the United States economically and geopolitically. We sold our souls for short-term profit maximization. What you see around you are the results of that. Crumbling infrastructure, massive inequality, rampant poverty and homelessness, a declining quality of life, and a gutted public school system. A public school system, by the way, which the ruling class was once okay with being a source of docile labor, but now expects the students to be indoctrinated into the same patriotic free market cult that has sold their future for a quick buck. That's why PragerU is in your kid's classroom. On the small scale, branding. It lends credibility to PragerU's operation and it makes them money. On the large scale, reproduction of social norms desirable to the ruling class. Proud of America, programmed to be obedient, unequipped for anything but service, whether that's in fast food or in the military. So when we see things like PragerU being injected into the public school curriculum, it's important to dig a little deeper and understand why these things happen. Nothing happens in a vacuum. There is an economic reality that determines what our culture looks like. And this is only one example. Capitalism is not equipped to solve the problems it creates. We want to be the dominant world power, but we don't manufacture anything. We don't lead in many industries besides defense. Our government is overwhelmingly hated by the average person. When the only thing that matters is the next dollar, scraping the tiniest bit of fat off an already lean operation, making sure operating costs are as low as humanly possible, eventually you get to a point where there's no more fat to trim. We're now in a period that's popularly called late-stage capitalism, and maybe for good reason. As the US loses its iron grip on the rest of the world, as we lose our imperial holdings and the rate of profit continues to fall, things will continue to get worse here at home. The education system, one of the most hot-button issues of the last few years, will continue to be a battleground, and the ones who suffer will be the children, caught between a school shooter created by the alienation inherent to our broken system and a fascist governor who wants to make sure little Timmy isn't exposed to any ideas that might call into question American exceptionalism. If this is what capitalism produces, maybe it's time to try something else. I mentioned at the beginning of the episode that my content is only possible thanks to my patrons on Patreon. I recently made the decision to leave Nebula, so I'm back to being 100% independent. It's exciting, but also a little nerve-wracking.
I'm surprised I won that one.
All my sponsors. Because a lot of people have been asking, and some bad actors have been trying to start drama, no, I wasn't kicked off the platform. I was asked to make a clarifying statement about my stance on Israel and Palestine. and in the end, it felt just a little too both-sidesy for me. In my opinion, it's a very black and white issue. So rather than compromise my principles, I decided it was best for me to leave. There's no bad blood there, so please don't go harassing Nebula for my sake. But now that I'm independent again, the best way to support the channel is on Patreon. If you enjoy the work we're doing here at Second Thought, and you're able to chip in even $1 a month, I would greatly appreciate your support. Every patron, regardless of pledge amount, gets early access to every video, plus access to our Patreon-only Discord. We've got everything from a recommended reading list to a book club, and I try to do a live Q&A every month or so. We've built a great community, and we'd love for you to be a part of it. We're a small team here. We don't have institutional backing, so we're entirely dependent on viewer support.
Yeah.
If you'd like to help keep this operation afloat, visit patreon.com/secondthought and become a patron today. If you enjoyed this video,
16.
consider dropping a like. If you hated it, a
Why
thumbs
am I down to
You can check out
16?
our other content
I
by
won.
following the links on your screen. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Well. Alright, I'm done. Peace.